Hi, live from Time to Rise Freedom Festival. I just arrived to the campsite. There will be speeches, plenty of music, 2 days. I hope you will enjoy, and you will join us on live stream. Let's go. Three streams.
The last kid in the school to be put on the school team. I've been waiting. Luke's going to be there. To be the last. And do you know what? As a child, it does feel pretty shit, doesn't it? Any of you have that happen to you? Anybody here? It feels pretty shit, but I look back and I think, thank God. It's made me who I am, always being the odd one out, always being the difficult one, always being the one that perhaps is treated differently. But it took me years and years to realise that was actually a gift. To be different, to see things differently, to question, and to see it as actually a power. Because we, the odd ones out here in the tent, at this festival, in society, we are the ones that are changing it. We are changing the world. We're changing it. And we should be proud of being the bloody last one on the bloody soccer team, the netball team, or whatever it was. I was actually quite good at netball. I'm running. Never mind. Anyway, cut to the chase. So, there I was. I went to university. I did the dumb thing. That's my 20 minutes already, is it?
Keep going, you've got no tenure.
There I was, I did the whole kind of society thing. I went to university. I did 2 degrees and I did a master's degree at university. Because I come from a really political family, I studied politics. Because I always had this throughout childhood where I wanted to understand, how does the world work? I wanted answers. It's been with me since a small child. Why? Why does this happen? Astronomy was another huge hobby I had as a child, as a teenager. I wanted to understand the bigger picture. What's it all about? And university, again, this sense of being a bit different, but also, despite the fact university is very controlled, it gave me a lot of skills. So I went on, I worked, as I said, in Parliament, found very, very quickly that as much as I had the skills to work in that environment, I wasn't going to comply with their bullshit. And I was pushed out, as I always have been, for speaking up for people, speaking the truth, and not tolerating bullying, which happens in most institutions in our society. So I've never, ever climbed the greasy pole in anything I've done for being like that. So I was pushed out of that, and I thought, well, I'm going to go and do the teacher training. And until recently, for the last 20 years, I was a college and a university lecturer, and I used to teach politics and social sciences. Again, another whole story I could tell you about that. And then what happened is, all these experiences of working in this very controlled world, I had my son in 2007. He's now 16. I had him in 2007. My father died in 2010 when my son was small, and I went through a depression, which I now realise, at the time I didn't realise was a clinical depression, what they term as a clinical depression. I felt suicidal. I didn't want to be here. I didn't want to be around. And if it wasn't for my son, I'm just being really honest, if it wasn't for my son, I wouldn't have stuck around. Our kids are what keep us going. And it was what you call, and I've had it again, the dark night of your soul, isn't it? I spent years in this kind of a lull. And if you've got a mind like mine, you analyse everything, don't you? You think it all through. That's what depression is. You're thinking about everything. And it was awful. And then all of a sudden, I think it took about 4 years actually, and my son got a bit older. All of a sudden I thought, I'm going to get out of this. I wasn't going to go to the doctors, because I think that whole world is controlled, about getting you hooked on medication. It's about making you feel you're to blame, which is what the mental health industry is all about, and we're not to blame. And that's a whole other topic. And I thought, I'm going to get myself out of this, and I did. And what I did, which I think loads of people are talking to you about this, is I started meditation. I thought, I'm going to try meditation. It kept coming up on social media. I kept seeing it everywhere, and I thought, maybe I need to do this and try it. Even though I was very sceptical of all that kind of what they call woo-woo stuff. I was very sceptical. I've got a very rational, and I still have a very rational mind. And I know I'm probably going to go over time talking about this, and it's a huge topic to talk about. I tried Zen meditation, breathing, trying to remove thoughts from your mind. And do you know what happened to me? And this is where I'm probably going to lose a lot of you that think I'm absolutely mad. Do you know what happened the first time I meditated? Thunderbolt hit my body. It was like a thunderbolt. And I'm not joking you, my husband thinks this happened to me as well. I literally shot out of the bed physically. I went up. I was laying down on my bed as I meditated. And that was the start of what, and I hadn't even heard of anything like this. I didn't plan for it to happen. Some people plan for Kundalini awakenings. I had what I now know, I obviously understand it was a Kundalini awakening. And this is somebody, and I'm being completely, I've never heard of any of this stuff. I was sceptical of all this type of thing. And there's so many things I could talk about what happened to me. Experiences, extreme experiences, intense physical experiences of electricity. I could feel electricity, I still can, not as much. I can feel it all running around here. I know when there's electricity underneath me in shops. And at that time, everywhere I went, it's actually quite funny actually, I would come out and play a role in this. And he nodded, he said, if that's what you want to do. And that was it. And I think for me, and he actually said this to me as well, he said, being truly enlightened or being truly empowered is about when the physical, and this is where I think, with all due respect to people here that feel they're spiritual, where people lose sense of things, is about where the spiritual, and he ran like this with his house, where the spiritual, the physical world, all, and our genetics from our families all comes together like that. It all joins together so that we understand it's all part of it. So if we, and that's what he said to me, this always stuck with me, if we live, okay, there's all different versions of this perhaps going on, but we live in a physical world. And we are spiritual beings, of course we are, but we're living in a physical world. So we have to act on each level. We have to act on a spiritual level, but we're not going to change the world by just, which is why I'm sorry, I don't wear, I've got nothing against people, the spiritual clothing. It's not about what you wear. I don't look spiritual. I appreciate that. When you're thinking, what the hell's she going on? I don't look spiritual. I don't wear the hippie clothing. No offense to those that you do. It's not about what you wear. It's not about what crystals. It's about who you are. That's who it is. So I appreciate I don't look convincing, but it's when it all comes together. My rational mind, the one I'd learned from the world we live in, and I don't regret that, has come together in this pragmatic sense with being spiritual, on knowing that I have a role to play in this change. And we're going through, I do strongly believe we're going through a big change in the world. And what I ask you, that for me is where my strength comes from. So when I have to listen doing it for attention, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. So this is why I do it, because I feel we are here, I'm here, some of you are here for change it. And do you know what? I'm not going to get into that now. Everything they're doing is good. I'm going to leave you with this. First month of the lockdown, when no one wanted to act, I wanted to get into London with that. Was it March 2020? Don't do that, you're going to be lynched. And I was itching, I was waiting. When people going to get out, you know? And I remember walking up. I used to live in a beautiful place called Stroud, any of you aware of Stroud, in Gloucestershire. I remember walking up on the common, overlooking the hills, very, very beautiful. And I sat there feeling like, oh my God, this tyranny is unfolding. And I looked around me, and I looked at the cycle of life, the trees that always come back every year, the butterflies, the birds that are going through the cycle that they do every year, of this cycle of life, and knowing that life is a cycle. This planet is a cycle. We are a cycle. The universe is a cycle. It keeps going round, and it will keep going around, and we'll be part of that. They're not ever going to win. Remember that. So, I think I've run out of time for Q&A, haven't I? You want me to? How long shall I do? 5 or 10 minutes? 5 minutes. So, sorry if I haven't engaged you much, me rattling on about very personal stuff, but if anyone's got any Q&A, I think we've got a microphone. I'm happy to do a brief Q&A if you've got any questions, and you might want to ask me about campaigning if you want to, but...
Come down to the front, come over here.
I can't hear you, Jamie, you know what my hearing's like. There you go, I didn't use my reminders.
Hi, Darren. It's lovely to see you again today. I just wanted to know, do you get the feeling more so lately that you've met people before in another life on this movement?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I'll go back now.
Do you get that feeling, Jamie? Because I know Jamie. Jamie, do you get that feeling?
A lot.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, with other people as well. But it's happening more and more.
Yeah.
And sometimes you think it's just your mind, but then you realise it's not. And it's juicy, right? It is lovely.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's we're here on a journey, aren't we? And maybe that's all part of the learning journey.
Yeah.
That we have to keep meeting each other.
Yeah.
In different ways.
Definitely. Yeah. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Hello, another person I know. Hello, Raj.
Hi, Debbie. What's in your viewpoint? What's the plan for future? How do you see we can combat this? What's your vision for the future? How can we restore balance?
How I'm so balanced, sorry.
How can we restore balance? What's the plan? Because with current politics, they're not working for us. They broke the social contract. How can we restore balance? What's your plan going forward?
How can we restore balance? That's a really good question. Someone of my rational head switching back on again. It's always that part of me. I think, and I said this to somebody today, I think it was Ant and somebody else, what I've learned, and it hugely concerns me, is there's a lot of tribalism that's developed in the freedom movement, which is exactly what we're trying to change, and it worries me. Tribalism, don't want to work with them, they were part of the problem because they took the vaccine or they went off the lockdown. If we want to carry on, and I think we're reaching that point now as a movement actually, we have to work with other people. And if we want to change it, Brad, if we want to change it, we have got to put aside differences with people over the last 3 years, or even going back further than that, political division. And if there's an issue we agree on, whether it's keeping cash, and I strongly feel passionately about that, because that to me is the centre of everything, or whether it's the 15-minute city issue, whatever it is, we might have to say to those people, okay, we just agreed on lockdown or vaccines, but we have, that's the way forward, right? We have to reach out to people, otherwise we're just a kind of an echo chamber, aren't we? That, without going into big details, is how we're going to change it, in my opinion. Then we can look at things like how we do politics, representation, how people represent in communities. But until you get a wider coalition of people, we're not going to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, is that it? Yeah, am I free to go? So my apologies for, I hope, not talking like I normally do about cash. Just finally on that point, those of you, and if you're not already, can I please urge you, it is the biggest issue, and I think we're winning it actually, the biggest issue we face is the cashless society. They're never going to get, let me just make this clear as well, from everything I've learned and understand, they're not going to get rid of cash, they're just going to coerce us to not use it. And there is a backlash. And that's thanks to all of us that have been out there. Janie, you're one of those people. George, people that I know here. All the groups around the country, on the streets, talking to the people, talking to the shopkeepers, that we have been part of that, bringing that issue into the public domain. So activism does work. And can I urge you, festivals are brilliant. We talk, we connect, and it raises our spirits, but we all need to go out and do more on this issue of keeping cash, because I actually think we're starting to win it, and I think with more and more they're going to start backing down as they realise the establishment class, it affects them and their money as well. So I'll leave it at that because I don't think there's any more questions, no? Okay, great, thank you very much.
Debbie hates everyone. Hey guys, have anyone watched The Matrix in here? Has anyone? Yeah. Who knew Debbie Hicks was Neo? We all can be Neo, and that's the key. We can all. And the red dress as well, exactly. Yeah. Wow. Guys, this next guest is a big one for me on a personal level, because many years ago I used to. Don't laugh, by the way. Don't laugh. But I used to be a season ticket holder at Bury Football Club. Right? Massive Bury Football Club. I used to go everywhere watching them. And this next guest used to play for him. I was I was a teenager. I used to watch this man play football at Bury. Since then, this guest has become the first person to speak out about the seedy and despicable acts that do go on to youngsters going into football. This guy's a hero, a real hero. And it's a real privilege for me to bring onto the stage right now Miss Andy Woodward.
Hello everyone, thanks for that. I'm just Andy, by the way. Fan of football. Just bear with me, because this is the first time I've done a public speaking in about 5 years. So it's a little bit tough for me, this, because I've been silenced. First of all, I want to show a lot of gratitude for Anne and for everything that Drake Michigan has done. There's a story behind, and I'll tell you a bit later on how we connected, and there is the universe out there, and we are spiritual in our own ways. We don't have to say that we're spiritual, but there is guidance and there is the matrix, and I'll explain a few things later on what happened to me. But in regards to it, I want to thank everyone that's here today. You're all here for a reason, because you want to listen, you want to hear people, you want to hear people to inspire you, to give you faith, belief, spiritual or not. And my spiritual experience happened throughout my life, but I didn't know that until the last 2.5 years, where I had a true awakening. But my life is a dark sort of past. But what I will say at the end, there is a light, and there is a future, and there is those dark, evil human beings that try to destroy us and our families and our children, and those that are no longer with us, that are up there for no fault of their own. But in regards to myself, I just want to say who I am, really, because some people may know me, may not. But my name's Andy Woodward, the first ex-footballer to speak out about child abuse. So doing that was the biggest, bravest decision I've ever made in my life, but it come at a cost, nearly to my life several times in the last 7 years, but it was worth it, because I've saved thousands of people's lives around the world. That's a fact. However, what I want to do is tell you my backstory about how life is mapped out for you. Sometimes people will say, destiny, was it meant to be? Why did I have to suffer this? Am I cursed? Is my family cursed? What's going on? But with my life, I now know, and I know my purpose, and I know why I'm here today. So I'll tell you about my start of my life, really. Like everyone else, you know, as a child, my mum and dad get a bit upset still because I lost my dad, but they were the most beautiful parents. But it started behind that, and this is where I think when you talk about Satan and being cursed in your life because you're here for a reason, for the light to change people's lives. In 1971, before I was born, my mum and sister, Linda Stewart, she was 21, walking down Kingsway in Manchester, and she was 8 months pregnant, and there was a stranger waiting for her, and he dragged her into the back garden, and he raped her, and he murdered her, and that man's name was Ronald Burnell. Burnell, you see, is a name that's cursed my family throughout. So he tortured my mum and dad. So as a child, if you think about parents, how you protect your children, my parents protected us. I had 2 sisters, and she named Linda after her sister who had been murdered. So throughout my childhood, my mum and dad didn't have much. They lived on a council estate. They gave us everything we could ask for. My mum was that protected. She used to follow me on my grifter bike down the road. You're not going anywhere. So as a child, I can't fault my parents. They were the most amazing parents. Like everyone in here, we want to protect our children. And then, at the age of 10, something significant happened where I was brilliant at football. I was gifted. People are gifted, some of us. And I wanted to be a footballer. And then I got spotted at Stockport Boys. And nobody, not even my family, even twigged to it, but his name was Barry Burnell. Same name, same surname. He then said, we want Andy to come and play for City. I had a decision to make, and at the time, when you think about destiny, and I look back, and we all look back on life, don't we? We go, why did I make that decision? Well, that's why I'm still here. I've had to go through a lot of pain, but that's why I'm here. And my sister got run over, and she got rushed to hospital. And I remember being in bed and saying, I'm not leaving my sister. And my sister ran Linda and said, no, go to the trial, Andy. So I did. Was that the worst decision I ever made? Well, I had to go through a lot of pain, but it's why I'm here. And I went to the trial, and Barry Burnell then started the grooming process. Saw I was quiet, saw I was a quiet one, saw my parents really soft, and he started to groom my parents. And within a couple of weeks, he said, let's get Andy. He can come and stay at my house. I've got a jukebox, I've got a pool table, and for those that have seen the story, it's like, oh, I've got dogs, I've got monkey, and so I ended up staying there, and that's when, after 3 weeks, my life changed forever, because he started. And he started to abuse me and rape me, and that continued. That defining moment changed me as a person, but what he had is control and power over my destiny to be a footballer. And I fought and I fought and I fought, because all I wanted to do in my mind is be a footballer. Nothing was going to stop me. That continued through, and I don't want to go into details, but being raped every night and every weekend for 6 years has a significant impact on your life. It impacts your relationships, it impacts you in every single way. But I had to fight through, and I think, well, I know now that that's when it started, that I had that inner strength that why I was here on this earth, because I was here for a reason. And no matter what, the dark side up there wanted to do to me, to destroy me, I had to fight. So I had that fight instinct from a young age. He then went on to get my sister to be a cleaner at the house. She was only 14. Little did I know, he took me to Butlins, took me down a side street and said, I will kill you if you say something, but me and your sister are more than friends. And lo and behold, my sister's called Linda. He raped her. He then went on to marry her. It's a long story, it goes on and on and on. And I never said a word. Like many, many thousands of people don't, millions of people. Some people take it to the grave. And I didn't say anything because of that power and control that this man had over me. And then I went through, from 16, then I got away from him, and it was the last time he abused me. And then I went into the real world. And the question is when you've been raped for 6 years, what am I? Sexuality? I don't know. And I met a woman at 18, and this shows you in life how these choices, what these people in power that have control over a child, a woman, a man, politics, you name it, those in power have over you, that you keep silent, is phenomenal. And it defines your life, because then all I wanted was to be loved, to be cared for, somebody put their arm around me, please. But what happens in life, what I do know now, looking back through my relationship problems, 4 marriages, 5 children, is that those from the dark, the narcissists, whether it's woman, man, whoever, when you've got a light on your, it's like a beacon. They can see you, they see your vulnerability. They start the relationship and they say, oh, I'm lovely, I'll give you hugs, I'll give you love, blah, blah. And then, over a period of time, that changes. And it happened to me. I was 19. She said she was on the pill. I didn't know I was even sexuality. I was like, oh, I don't know what to do. You know, I was like, pregnant within 3 months, having a child at 19 when 3 years before, I was still being raped. Then from that to move on is that I was lost. I was a lost soul, but I carried on with my football career. I was playing first team football, going out there, going onto the pitch, looking at the manager, thinking, oh, inside. But I had that inner strength because I wasn't going to let this man stop me from doing what my destiny was, to be a footballer. He wasn't going to destroy me. And I just want to inspire people that even at that young age, I still had that fight in me to continue. And then again, at 23, I met another woman. And again, I was like, please love me. And that continued then into a very abusive relationship. A lot of violence, physical, mental, emotional, threats. I was hit, battered, bruised, but I had children with her, and I continued. And then it got to 1997, which was a significant year for me, because Barry Bonnell had been arrested in Florida in '94. And even then, this is the power and control that people can have in all walks of life, is that I even gave a statement to the police in America to say, he's wonderful. Yet I knew that he'd done what he'd done to me for 6 years. And that power continued through. In 1997, the police came to me and I gave a statement. The reason I gave that statement, and that changed my life, and I lost my football career because of it. And I had a choice in my lounge. My sister had 2 children with him, and he was flying back to Manchester. And I looked at my 8-year-old nephew and I thought, football career or his life? And I chose his life. And I gave a statement, and within 18 months I started with panic attacks and panic disorder. Because trauma gets you, it catches up with you, and it bites you. and I lost my football career because of it, but it was worth it to save his life. And then it was like, I just want to explain about my life, and then I'll go into the spiritual side, because it's really important that this path is set out, and destiny is destiny. That I struggled then because I had panic disorder. I lost 3 stone in weight. I didn't know what to do in my life. I had depression, I had anxiety, I had agoraphobia. My ex-wife was saying to me, "You're making it up." And back then it wasn't so prevalent now about mental health and panic attacks and everything. So I lost my career. And after that, I'd lost my whole world, because I'd fought that long till I was 29. And I thought, what can I do now? So I thought, I want to help people. So I joined the police. Was that the worst mistake of my life? Yeah, in a lot of ways. And in many ways, it was an education, because for 12 years in the police, I learned to see what they did, because I was pure, I was honest, and I saw a lot going on in there. And in 2003, I got an opportunity to expose Alexandra, and also what had gone on. And I put things together, and I was like thinking, this is bigger. The FA, the Professional Football Association, all these must have seen what went on. So I sued through, and the barrister said it was a 99% all in. You're going to win this, Andy, because they can't say any different. It's all there. So I was like, okay, I'll put the courage to do it. Whilst I was there, it was significant again about destiny and about why I'm here today. And this is a true story. Is in 2003, I'm going to talk about the universe that's brought me here today, which I'll explain later. Just across the road here is Garth Prison. And in 2003, a solicitor asked me to go and see Barry Bennell in prison, and that's where he was. And I put the courage to face him, and I went into a child mode. And he said, "I still love you, Andy." That broke me, but I did it. And I'm here now because this is the positive future, because I can stand here and go, guess what, you? 36 years in prison, and I'm still here, thank you very much. But let's take it back. And I keep referring to destiny and matrix and why I'm here. I'm here. It was 300 yards away, and I'm in 2023, 20 years later. So I went to see him, and I stood up in court, and this is again a link to the institutes, which I know now were behind it all. They had 5 barristers to my 1, on my own, police officer. It went public, it was in a public gallery. Was there papers there? No. Was there any media there? Nope. Just me on my own. And the judge turned around, and in fact, this is a true story, the judge that was dealing with the whole case for nearly 2 years, suddenly it wasn't that judge, and on that day it was a different one. And the judge turned around to me and said, "Mr. Woodward, because you filled in your CICA claim and said that you had panic attacks in 1998, which the police told me to write, and you got £18,000 for 6 years of rape, I advise you to go back to being a police officer. Case dismissed, off you go." 5 barristers, all high-fiving each other. I'm in tears, mum and dad crying their eyes out. "Andy, what's going on?" The barrister then turned around to me and said, "This is corruption." Asked me to go to the house, to London, to the appeal, and I couldn't. I'd lost everything. I just crippled. I'd gone. I had to go back to being a police officer. Go back to being a police officer, and I get called into professional standards. "Oh, we're cautioning you under..." What? You're cautioning me? "Why have you been to see Barry Bennell in prison?" "Well, this is why, because I was abused," so I explained everything. The detective said, "Right, we'll put this on your file and we will look after you throughout your career. You won't deal with any rapes, you won't deal with any sexual offences." Guess what? In 12 years I was on every single one. They destroyed me. And that is a fact. Destroyed me. because I knew too much. So going on through the career, I did everything. I went to a detective. They put me on every sex case that you can think of. I was like, started to get destroyed. And then this is my first sort of distinctive 2012. Gary Speed, the Wales manager, took his life. And I was, wow, that turned me. And I ended up really suffering. And I went on a decline because I knew Gary was older than me and he was involved with Barry Bennell. I saw the bosses, told them, they knew everything, and then it was like they wanted to destroy me even more. They put me in a FLO role, they kept hitting me things. And then when you think about trauma and addictions, 90% of people, they turn to something. You know, it can be alcohol, it can be drugs, it can be gambling, it can be self-harm, it can be anything. It's a comfort, it's like to block it out. So I had alcohol issues sort of from there going through. And then in 2015, there was an FLO role that I went on, and there was this lady and I engaged in text message across the line. But then I was in a bad state and I ended up leaving my current, the person I was with at the time. And then I got this email off this lady and she said to me, watch what happens next. And I was like, oh, that's not very nice. And then I went to work on the Wednesday and she'd gone into a police station and accused me of rape. And somebody to accuse somebody of such an horrific, and for me, what I'd been through my life, it absolutely broke me to pieces. I had all the evidence, it was there. It was like, yeah, I've crossed the line, I've texted somebody out of work, which that's wrong, and I held my hands up. They put me on bail for 18 months and never spoke to me. I could have dealt with that case in 3 weeks. They wanted me gone. Take him out. Oop. But I didn't, I survived it. I lost my job, great, get me out there. Get me out of that corrupt world that I've experienced for 12 years of my life. Brilliant. Get me out. Don't care about my pension. It's never been about money. Get me out of there now. So I've been seeing a therapist and he told me about writing it all down. He was like, Andy, whoa, this is huge. I was like, no, that's my life. This is true. So, cut a long story short, I ended up meeting Danny Taylor. He said to me, I want to write a story, front page. I was like, right, I want to be anonymous. Then he was like, I want you on front page, put your face on it. I said, I've got kids, I can't do this. But I had to do it for children. I had to do it. I felt this destiny. I felt that this is why I'm here. This is my mission. I'm out of that police. I'm out of that corruption. I'm out away from all those evil, horrible dictators at the top that I've been in there and seen how they work. Watch how they destroy people, watch how they destroy good officers, and all the bad officers, what I was watching, doing all sorts of stuff. I lost my job and they're all doing the things that is so wrong. So anyway, I did the story and the story speaks for itself. I won't go into that because I really want to talk about why I'm here now. But that's my story. And it came out and it went global. I was on Sky News, I did everything, blah, blah, blah. But I knew the institutes were behind it, and I knew I was fighting the FA, the PFA, you name it, the police. And I could see what they were going to do. And I went huge. It wasn't about ego, because I've got zero. I wanted to help children, I wanted to help people, I wanted to help society. And guess what? They shut me down. They didn't want to listen. Oh, Andy, there's no job for you. The FA, no job. So when it comes to institutes, I've actually been in there and watched how they work. Everybody talks about, you know, oh, they're like this, they're like that. Well, it's true, because I've been in there. I've seen them at the top. I've seen how they do it. I've seen how they work. I then got asked to do a film with the BBC. I thought, BBC, Institute, corrupt. Yeah, go on then, I'll do the film. I'll go with you. Could have gone Netflix. They offered loads of money to me. Nah, I'll stay with BBC because I know what they're going to do. And boy, did they do it. So it took me 3 years. Making of the film. In that time I've been surveyed, I've been followed, I've had death threats, I've had 2 people sent to prison For all on the surface, it was like Andy Woodward doing this, but behind the scenes, this is what was going on in my life. And that continued throughout for the last 7 years. And what I can say now is the last 7 years, I've been traumatized enough, and it just feels like being abused as a child, because my life has been abused by those in the institutes, those in corruption, those people that want to be in power, want to control us as human beings. But I've actually been on that other side. Then I'll move forward now to my spiritual awakenings. I had one in 2016, my first one was in 2012, the year Gary Speed took his life. And a medium was there, and he was on stage like this, and I was a detective. And he turned around and said, I've got this lady here, she's been murdered. She's got long dark hair, and she wants to get a message, and there's someone around here that has had a relative that's been murdered. And I went, oh, Linda. So I put my hand up, and she went, yeah, oh yes. She wants to tell you that your auntie's in Australia, to get a message across to tell her that she's okay and she's watching over her. And lo and behold, my auntie, when my mum's sister died, flew to Australia and she was living there. I was like, whoa. Didn't think anything more of it. And then in 2016, another medium came to the house I was at, and he said to my partner at the time, no, it's not for you, it's for your partner. Came, my auntie Linda come through again. Yeah, she was at the door, pregnant, long dark hair. And there was another footballer that got murdered called Ryan. He said, Ryan Keane. And then after that, he said to me, he said, do you realise you're gifted? You've been born with this. They're telling me to attune it, because I've always had voices in my head telling me things, intuition. Don't do that, do that. The only thing I've got wrong in life is relationships, and that's because of love. Because I've always had a pure heart. My heart's never changed. That, my health, mental illness, you name it. I've had all that. That's never changed. That's been pure. So I had that, and then in 2017, I met Kelly Walsh. Kelly, how many are sorry? Yeah. Kelly Walsh, 2017, and she was setting up, she wanted to save children around the world, and that was my ethos. And she explained to me about her spiritual beliefs, and that she had a near-death experience in 2009. And I was intrigued with it, because I'd told her about, the things that have happened with this medium, and she went, yeah, you're spiritually gifted. And I was like, oh, okay. And we struck up a friendship, and we were doing this, it was called PP, Positive Power Movement, to help children, to guide them, to help them in so many different ways, and we got t-shirts made. And then we drifted apart. And then in 2020, I've not heard from her for about 2 years. And I'd had a terrible experience. I nearly got killed. And she rang me out of the blue. She went, Andy, you all right? And I said, actually, no. I've had another experience. She said, I'm coming picking you up now. She took me back to her apartment, and she sat there. And all of a sudden, my dad come through. And she was telling me things about my dad that she would never have known from the age of 4 or 5. She went, yeah, it's Terry, don't worry. He needs to tell you something. You're here for a reason. I was told to pick you up because you're going to have a spiritual awakening. And I did. Things happened with me which beyond human realm. And ever since then, things have just happened like the Matrix. But the sad thing is that she was fighting corruption. And she said to me in December, she said, if anything happens to me, Andy, if I do go to the other realm, just please continue with this mission. Little did I know, on the 27th of February, she left me on a Saturday morning, and she said, don't worry, sweetheart, she was going seeing her mum, and there was a lot of corruption over in Bolton, and I was frightened. And she said, don't worry, I'll be back tonight. She never returned. They said she committed suicide in an apartment. The truth will come out, because I know a lot more, and the police knew I knew a lot. Within 3 weeks, 24 hours after a documentary came out called The Darkest Secret, which I featured in, 7 cops and 3 doctors turned up at my friend's house and dragged me into an ambulance and threw me into a mental hospital and said I had psychosis. I was locked away for 3 weeks. They said, tried to give me tablets, liquid. I never took 1 tablet, but I had to get out. I was getting guidance. Don't worry, we'll get you out, we'll get you out. I got out. I proved myself. I wasn't in there, all the staff, all the people, they were going, Andy. It was like one flew over the cuckoo's nest. Andy, can you help us? Andy, can you help us? The staff were saying, why are you here? But we're being told that you're not allowed out, you're not allowed the internet, you're not allowed any visitors. I knew why. Silenced me. Because I knew a lot. I knew too much. So I got out, saw a psychiatrist, proved myself. In fact, the following year, my film come out. So that shows you that I'm not psychosis, I've got nothing wrong with me whatsoever. But I knew the BBC would stiff me over, and they did. The following year, Floodlights, which had took 4 years in the making, and the day that they told me that the film was going to be made, 10 minutes later my dad dropped dead. And I was told from there to there within 10 minutes. And I thought, okay, I've got to do this with my dad. And he's there, he speaks to me every day. I'm trying to waffle on to get to where I'm at now. Because what's happened since Kelly's death, I know she's with me. Because within weeks, I was seeing a dog. She was talking to me. Don't worry, sweetheart. Numbers. The numbers were with Kelly. So when you think about numbers, the 3s, the 2s, the 5s, the 7s, the 9s, 9 protection, 6s, ugh, devil. You know, I was seeing all this. I've never researched anything. I'm not like a lot of speakers that go, oh, I've done all these courses, I've done this. No, I get downloads and things happen. And things have happened in the last 2 years are phenomenal. I was told in 2021 what's going to happen in the world. The world's going to shift. It's going to turn from dark to light. People are going to come up like caterpillars and they're all going to start alightening. Not everyone, because the world is full of, you know, the woman was talking before about balance and harmony. Try and root ourselves like a tree. Try and keep yourself balanced. But there is dark out there. Those in power, in greed, around the world. I'm not going to go into the politics of it all, but what I do know is they're trying to destroy us. And in recent times, the light people are starting to fight back. And I can see it. I watch it every day. You know, I'm seeing what's on the BBC, America, Hollywood. You see, because child abuse, the satanic, the rituals, they've been doing this in generations, the institutes. It goes right up to the royals, the king, you name it. And they're at the very top. There's always around, there is abuse out there, whether it's physical, mental, sexual, families, that goes on. And what I want to say is, it's like, for me now, I've been through all that. Was I cursed? Was I born to do this? Well, yeah, I have. I've been born to do this. In recent months, I've met Andy. My son was on the phone to me and he started telling someone at the bar, and he took the phone off him. My name's Andy. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, my name's Andy. And he goes, I've just heard about your story. I said, yeah, I've had a spiritual awakening and I want to make a difference and blah, blah, blah. You've seen what's going on? Yeah. I can't believe this. Let's meet up. So we've met up. And again, that's somebody else. And it keeps happening. And it's like what happened just recently with Anne and Kev. Lo and behold, I speak to the gentleman that's here, and it was unreal. And Dean said to me, oh, I've got these 2 guys that do a festival, and I've been waiting to come out of my silence, because when they silence you, and they say that you're crazy, and you've had a spiritual awakening, and you do know what's going on, and you've been kept quiet, and you've been shut up, and you've been shut up by the institutes, the FA, the PFA, the police, you're like, I can't say a word. So I've been sat in my apartment for the last 2 years, like, I can't say anything. But in the last year or so, it's like, last year, 2021, I thought my life was over, but I was listening, and they were saying, Kelly was saying, no, this is just the start, I'm doing it from up here, don't worry, I'll guide you, we'll guide you, my dad. And everything's happened that they've said where I've been. I met a guy in a pub. Go and speak to that man. Hi, mister, I've been told to speak to you. He goes, who are you? I'm Andy Woodward. Spoke about child abuse. Oh, guess what I do? I'm a bounty hunter, so I chase after paedophiles. Come and join us. What are the chances? So I'm part of that, elusive child protection. So all these things have happened for a reason. And last year I didn't think I'd ever meet anybody. And I got a message, you're going to meet someone. Lo and behold, go in a pub, and she's called Joanne, and they speak to her. Joanne had known me since I was 19, but we'd never met, sliding doors. She's going to help you, she's going to protect you, she's going to be there for you. And lo and behold, she has been. So I'm getting this guidance through, and then just about a couple of months ago, I'll finish now, but this is just shows you about, I know that them up there are guiding me, and the future, I will do this again, because it's my mission. This is the first time I'm just waffling on. I've not made notes or nothing like that, I'm just talking as I'm going on. But that's me, I'm just Andy. But it's like with Anne and Kev, so Dean had introduced me, so I go over, and honestly, I was in tears one hour. I was like, wow, Kelly, thank you. Lo and behold, Kev and Anne knew Kelly from 2009. And Anne had said to me, yeah, we were looking for you because we wanted to know what happened to Kelly because we've heard all these stories. Well, I can tell you the truth, because the way it's been put across is that she committed suicide. Oh, and by the way, to this day, any person that commits suicide, the last person to see that person alive, by law, has to give a statement. Have I ever given a statement? Have I been asked to give a statement? I knew what medication she was on, everything? No. They waited 2 years to throw me in the coroner's court and question me. And then put it in the paper, said I was a bit weird. What? You ask yourself that question. Anyway, so with Anne, and he goes, with me and Kelly, 2009, and she wanted to make a foundation to help children, and she set it all out with comics and videos and you name it. Lo and behold, Anne and Kev wanted to do a legacy for Kelly with a foundation. So I went, well, what's going on? And we're all three of us sat there going, is this for real? True, innit, Anne? It's like, so there you go about destiny. What are the chances of that happening, me being there? Just coming today, I'll finish off. I see numbers all the time. I get told to go and speak to people. They're always there. You name it, feathers. I have everything. I get downloads, but all the time. And Andy said to me just before, and Joanne has it all the time. She goes, Andy, she's a moniker. I tell her, she's like, oh no, it has to be scientific. And she does all this. No, Andy, this is outrageous. This, the numbers, the this, the that, the that, the that. So just coming here. And I'll finish off as well. On the day that Kelly died, I didn't know she was dead. And she bought me a Star Wars book. And I was told to open it, so I opened it. And in there, at the page I opened, and I don't lie, the page I opened, it said ASW 4. Throughout my life, number 4 is featured. I've always lived at 14, 74, 4. I played number 4 playing football, 4. And it said ASW 4. And I was looking at it, it was like light versus dark, and I was like, this is weird. That day she died, and 4 has followed me everywhere. Wherever I go, 4, 4, 4, 4. Andy laughs, he goes, for sake, Andy, every time we go, car there, 4, 4, 4. On the way here, I was asking Kelly, I was asking the universe, I was going, whoa, please, make this okay. Because I'm on my own here, not done these speeches for a while. Ooh. And we passed, and John was driving the car, and I said, look, 444. She went, whoa, whoa. And my favourite film is The Greatest Showman. And that film defines my life because the child has a dream. My dream was to be a footballer. I did it. My dream now is to save children's lives around the world. To do this is a platform just to get on a stage and talk. And it's important to me because they've silenced me. They've stopped me in my tracks. Every door I've tried to open has been slammed shut in the face. They threw me in the hospital, slammed shut in the face. But I carried on, and I'm still here. And this is just the start. And as we were driving just to here, I was thinking about Garth Prison, Barry Bennell. Oh no, I'm going to struggle with that. No. Million Dreams came on, The Greatest Showman. And I cranked it up and I went, there you go. Thank you very much.
Andy won't mind me saying this as well, we just had a moment for Kelly Walsh, who was a very good friend of ours. We love you, Kelly. We know you're here because when we started Great Michigan, there were two things me and Kev said. He said if Kelly Walsh was with us, she'd smash this. And I know she's with us.
Can I just say, sorry, I'm my own emotional person. It's this bloody big heart of mine. I can't thank you enough because it took a lot of courage to come and stand here today. With me, I've got Joanne here who's human, that is with me and protecting me. And I've done talks all over the world. I've done it in Brazil. I did it at Sao Paulo to change the law out there. I changed the law for children. Palmeiras and Santos and all the ESPN. I've done interviews all over the world, live, you name it. But when you get pure people in front of you, with pure hearts, with light, this darkness will not defeat us. It won't defeat me. It won't. I'm here for a reason. My reason is for all of you. And I thank you from my heart. I really, really do. Thank you. And I will do this again. It won't stop me.
Andy Woodward, please. Amazing. What a guy. You know, we've got so many heroes. There's been so many heroes over the past few years. We all play a part, all of us. Even the ones who are quiet, they play a part. But there's so many heroes. And he's a big hero, but can I just introduce another big hero to the stage right now? The wonderful Abby Roberts.
Hello everyone. From the sublime to the fucking ridiculous. God, it's so windy. It's like a bloody 80s pop video with my fucking hair blowing everywhere. Give me a cheer if you're under 30. Fuck you. With your dreams and clothes that fit. Right, as there are some children, I think, in there, I'm going to tell you, think of this as Jack and Nori for adults. So I'm going to tell you the story of a girl with blonde curly hair at the end of June. Are you ready? So, excuse me, I've been using these because my memory's going on 50 fucking 3. Thank you. What's your name, darling? Mark. God bless Mark, because this is when my battery was going. I was like, shit! Got all my notes on it. Right. Are you ready, everyone? So settle down. Thank you, by the way, to Ant and Lou for inviting me today. And if you don't know who I am, how dare you? You fucking should. Right. So here's the story, everyone. At 9:53 a.m. on Tuesday, June the 27th, 2023, I was arrested. What was my crime? Had I held up an ambulance by gluing my Salar's children with my dick out, or coerced millions of human beings into having experimental gene therapy? No. I was arrested for swearing. I had gone down to Paddington to support my friend Francis O'Neill and his fellow yellow boards outside Dorland House, the home of the UK COVID-19 inquiry, aka whitewash. Can we have a round of applause, please, for the yellow boards? On that day, former Health Secretary and aider and abettor of genocide, Matt Hancock, was giving evidence to the committee. As many of us predicted, Hancock told the inquiry that next time the lockdowns should be quicker and harder. Hancock is a dangerous psychopath, yet I'm the one who was arrested. You will have seen the brilliant yellow boards up and down the country. They are grassroots activists raising awareness about the globalist anti-human mission creep affecting us all, including the COVID-19 lockdowns, aka house arrest, and the vaccine harms. As I write this, I'm chuckling to myself at the words inquiry and evidence, as neither of those words are representative of their true meaning. And while I'm about it, nor is the word health. The true meaning of words has never been more important as the state ramps up the use of its unwieldy power against the individual. Dorland House is an official-looking building on Westbourne Terrace in Paddington. It has a pair of Doric pillars standing guard either side of the glass-fronted entrance, as if to say, don't worry, we prize classical principles like democracy here. I've probably passed it many times, not thinking for 1 second that it would play a significant part in my 53-year existence. Incidentally, Dorland House is listed for sale. It will cost you a mere 85 million quid. Anyone got any spare change to buy that building? When I got down to the protest, I noticed a little wooden table near the entrance. It was guarded by 2 men and a woman. They looked like fans of sensible catalogue clothing and classic FM. Glossy brochures were fanned out on the table, which seemed to be something to do with events in 2021. I got talking to them and said, I presume we're on the same side, to which the woman replied, well, the anti-vaxxers are over there. She pointed her contempt-filled finger towards the main road, where a small group of the yellow boards were gathering. A cloud of vermilion mist descended. I've made a conscious decision not to muddle anybody, or indeed myself, with the vaccine content detail. I have long believed that a moral argument goes straight to the jugular. So I told them as calmly as I could that by using coercion in the uptake of the experimental vaccines, the principles of the Nuremberg Code had been violated. As I turned to walk away from 3 open mouths, I spun round and said, that's not conjecture, that's fact. By the side of the entrance to Dorland House, there's a raised grassy bank where the journalists had started to gather. I nearly wrote NOL, but I don't like to mix my conspiracy jargon. I talked to the gentleman who, thanks for getting that. The rest of you are like, yeah, grassy knoll, JFK, come on! Keep up, bloody hell. Right. I decided, naively, I'd talk to the gentlemen of the press individually. First, I tried to engage a lanky young man from Sky News in conversation. He was perched on the grassy slope, wearing a hunter green tie. It's my firmly held belief that any man wearing a green tie should be regarded with deep suspicion at all times. I asked him if he was going to address the genocide against the British people at all. Without even turning to look at me, he told me he was in the middle of sending a work email. I strode over purposefully to a dishevelled bundle of khaki chinos, stubble and Nikons. Pale faces turned away like embarrassed geishas. I asked a stocky strawberry blonde what publication he was from. The Telegraph, came the sheepish reply. Ah, the good old Telegraph, I said. You've done great COVID propaganda, haven't you? Mr. Stocky snapped back. Don't have a go at me, I don't write for them. And here's your first quote, bearing in mind what he said. It's from John Stuart Mill. Let not anyone pacify his conscience by the delusion that he can do no harm if he takes no part and forms no opinion. Bad men need nothing more to compass their ends than that good men should look on and do nothing. He is not a good man who, without a protest, allows wrong to be committed in his name and with the means which he helps to supply, because he will not trouble himself to use his mind on the subject. I gave up, thanks, a little round of applause, thank you very much. There's also, by the way, I'm going to break away, there's also another quote from Dante, which I might do in an Italian accent, okay, Dante Alighieri. The hottest places in hell are reserved for those who in great moral crisis maintain their neutrality. So they've said it all before, and that was from the 1400s, by the way. So let's carry on with this, with my magnum opus. I gave up trying to raise the spirits of Woodward and Bernstein. They're the two journalists who uncovered the Watergate scandal. And I noticed the press had started to broadcast live segments. One of them was Tom Harwood from GB News. The free speech channel I was a regular contributor on for 8 months, until I started speaking out publicly about their disgraceful testing policy and their ongoing COVID-19 jab propaganda. Unsurprisingly, they never asked me back. Thank you. In case you don't know, Mr. Harwood is one of the proudest Hancock-loving COVID-19 lockdown and jab propagandists. He would be right at home in a Hugo Boss uniform and knee-high leather boots. And that's not just at the weekend. I'm delighted to say his smarmy, boot-licking face has pride of place on the Great Wall of Cunts. For those of you who don't know what the Great Wall of Cunts is, I went to Richmond Park in January. We found a wall and we put basically enormous fluorescent yellow posters of all the cunts in the media who pushed the jab. So, thank you. Yeah, so you can have creativity whilst also annoying people. As I watched, I realised that if I stood directly behind Harwood, holding a yellow board, I might be in shot. It was worth a try. You can't, oh, nice. You can't hear it in the video, but I'm shouting, "Stop lying to the British public, Tom, and do your fucking job." He's not my biggest fan. Shortly after my surprise appearance on GB News, and by the way, GB News, when it was like released on the channel, and Bev Turner, who knows me, didn't say that she knew me. So it's funny that, isn't it? Anyway, a bit inconvenient. Right. So shortly after my surprise appearance on GB News, an officious man dressed in a dark grey suit that seemed to match his soul came out and told me that it was private property and that I should stop swearing. So I said, thanks. Bloody heckling. I'm being heckled by a dog. You know, my career's going really well. Let me get this right, I said. You're more worried about me fucking swearing than what's going on in there and the crimes that have been committed against the British people. Before I could say, fuck my old boots, a ginger-bearded copper and his 2 young female sidekicks had descended, and next thing I know, I'm being gripped firmly by the tops of my arms and arrested under Section 5 of the Public Order Act 1986. It wasn't long before my arrest was on the front page over the pond on InfoWars. For the record, I tweeted the word cunt. I didn't say it, which is very unlike me. It's my biggest disappointment, comes here. Flanked by the 2 policemen, I found myself standing in front of the press. As the bulbs flashed, I pointed at the rabble and told them that because they had gone along with the COVID-19 propaganda, it made them complicit. They were there, literally just a whole row of them like this, and I was just able just to tell them what I thought was glorious. I also reiterated the fact that the coercion used in the administration of these experimental drugs was an undeniable crime. The police told me to get in the back of a police van with that awful gated boot. I refused to get in as I suffer from claustrophobia. After insisting I get in the van several times, they eventually agreed that I'd be driven in a minibus. I imagined a day trip to the seaside. Oh, are we going anywhere nice? Holborn. Apparently it's lovely at this time of year. The copper-bearded copper was driving the minibus. At one point he said, just to inform you, sorry, all my policemen sound like that. Just to inform you, we're recording audio. In which case, I replied, let me state for the record that everything I said back there is the truth. You can't escape it. One day the three of you will regret what you did today. Thank you. It took about an hour to drive to Holborn Police Station. We drove into a lock-up filled with stolen bikes that hadn't been claimed. The desk sergeant came out to meet us, and I was searched by one of the policewomen. I was taken up an enclosed ramp to the custody suite. As I stood at the desk, it was just me and a room of 8 or 9 police staff. Rather than keep quiet, I told them what I was doing and why. I know you're not supposed to say anything to the police when you're in custody, but the stakes are higher than they've ever been. Whatever the protocols, it's my view that the more individuals you can reach with the truth, the better. Thank you. At one point in my truth bomb drop, I said, don't tell me there aren't people in this room who aren't thinking they may have been affected by the jabs. I glanced back at 2 young women who were sitting under a whiteboard with all the cell occupant details scrawled on it. They both smirked, and I said, see, they know what I'm saying is true. One of them mumbled, no comment. For better or worse, I had a captive audience of people whose job it is to make people captive. You couldn't write it. Well, I can, so I will. The custody sergeant, an attractive bald man who fancied himself as a cocky king of banter, told me proudly that he wasn't forced to have the jabs. He chose to have them because he wanted to go to Spain. Fuck me. I was talking to somebody in law enforcement who didn't even understand the meaning of coercion. Kafka, eat your fucking heart out. I had brought a dark blue rucksack with me to the protest, and as part of the custody process, one of the policewomen announced the contents in front of me, before sealing the rucksack in a large plastic bag. Sunglasses, wallet, phone, tin of Heinz tomato soup. I'm going to a friend's for lunch, I said quickly, and they love Heinz tomato soup. It's a fucking lie. I was going to throw it over Hancock. But anyway, I think she might have known, Fuzzy. And it was cream of tomato as well. I'm such a novice, really. I was wearing Benjamin's badges for my friend Trudy. Benjamin took his own life during the unspeakably evil lockdown in the summer of 2020. He was 25 years old. They told me to take the badges off. They also told me to take my little cross off. What was I going to do? Stab myself in the eye with it? I reluctantly unclasped it and put it in my wallet. I would reach for it many times over the next 17 hours, thinking it was there. The custody sergeant gave me a piece of paper with specific information for females being detained. I couldn't resist quipping that it was good to see that they know what a biological woman is in Holborn. One of the desk staff, let's call him Pete, took me into a side room. He gave me a small white stick with a tiny scraper at the end and asked me to swab the inside of my mouth. Next, he took my fingerprints. Gone are the days of rolling your fingers in black ink. This is high-tech digital stuff. He told me I'd be in cell number 3. My heart beat faster at the thought of being in an enclosed space. Pete suggested that I choose books to read. He took me to a tiny cupboard that had a shelf of books. I feel quite teary as I remember him suggesting I read Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code. because it was a page turner. I picked 2 books in the C section, Bernard Cornwell's The Last Kingdom, because I'd heard James Dalrymple talk about him on London Calling, and Patricia Cornwell's Isle of Dogs. Pete took me to my cell. He could see I was anxious, and he was reluctant to shut the heavy metal door. There are 2 windows in a police cell door. One is a rectangle opening that they pass drinks and food through, and the other window is a small round peephole. They are both meant to be closed, but Pete left the round one open. A Jobsworth came on duty 9 hours later and shut it. The only natural light in the room came from a narrow rectangular panel of small opaque square glass panes, similar to the ones you see etched into a pavement. There was a stark strip light which was thoughtfully angled just above the sleeping area. The cell interior was decorated in a pale nicotine yellow tile with a milky blue stripe of contrasting tiles around the middle. There was a metal toilet round the corner. The sleeping area consisted of a long white plastic bench, and on top lay a royal blue plastic gym mat and matching square plastic pillow. As I lay there, I looked up and saw a faded advert for Crime Stoppers. Custody Chic by Terence Conran. Pete bought me a nice cup of tea and 2 cups of water. He didn't use the metal hatch. He opened the cell door. At one point, he told me quietly I was just saying what I believed. A tiny spark of understanding flickered between us. Not long after I'd been detained, Pete took me out to take a call on the station phone. It was the solicitor. I was informed that the police were going to issue me with a public nuisance disorder and a £90 fine. Apparently, this was good news. She told me I should be released in the late afternoon evening. Back to cell number 3 I went. The time goes very slowly when you can't see much natural light and there's no clock. I went through a gamut of emotions in that cell: fear, panic, calm, distress, hope, resignation. Then there were the constant what ifs. What if they decide to pin a trumped up charge on me? What if they send me to prison? This is Britain in 2023. We've just witnessed the so-called democratic West resort to crimes we thought were in the past. Anything is possible. I found great comfort in singing. The acoustics in that cell were second to none. I let my mind choose the songs organically. The first one that popped out was God Give Me Strength, written by Burt Bacharach and Elvis Costello. You know the one that, now I have nothing, so God give me strength, because I'm weak. It has the most beautiful ethereal melody. Next to come out was Jesus, He Loves Me, which I dimly recalled Whitney Houston had sung in The Bodyguard. It goes, Jesus, He loves me. Oh, yes, He does. Jesus, He loves me. Oh, yes, He does. Jesus, He loves me. Oh, yes, He does. For the Bible tells me so. Then, one of my favourite songs of all time, God's Country by Blake Shelton. Those of you who listen to my podcast, Abby Daly, any listeners in here? Yay! All 5, hello my darlings. That will know this song means a lot to me, even if I can never remember the lyrics to look up and down. And this is how the chorus goes. I saw the light in the sunrise, sitting back in a 40 on the muddy riverside, getting baptized in holy water and time with the dogs running. Saved by the sound of the being found, Dixie whistled in the wind, that'll get you heaven bound. The devil went down to Georgia, but he didn't stick around. This is God's country. Thank you. It's really good. great song. I recited the Lord's Prayer several times. I spoke aloud to Terry, my late husband, who died at the end of 2018. Very awake, I was saying to lovely Fiona earlier on. He knew all this stuff like 20, 30 years ago, and I told him not to worry. My cell was opposite the door leading into the main part of the police station. The jangle of keys, footsteps, and unlocking of doors was strangely comforting. I heard two Nigerian men shouting through their cell doors, "Eh, bro! No comment, bro! Eh, oh! They sounded like Nigerian Teletubbies. Silence was far more disturbing. An alarm went off, and I remember thinking, what if there's a fire and I'm trapped in here? I was constantly batting away very dark thoughts. The stench of bleach suddenly made me gag as it hit the back of my throat. According to one of the new staff on duty, let's call him Dave, the guy in the next cell had smeared his own shit up the walls. Charming. I hadn't eaten for hours and was feeling a bit faint, so Dave bought me some microwave tuna pasta and a bolognese. I opened both and heaved. I decided I'd stick to nibbling custard creams. I didn't want to get food poisoning in there. At one point of claustrophobic anxiety, I did think about faking a panic attack. But the realisation that I'd then be in the care of medics scared me much more. Thank you. I know. Fucking hell. At 7:30 p.m, so arrested at 9:53, it's now 7:30 p.m. Dave told me that someone had been waiting outside for me. He described the person. It was Francis O'Neill, the yellow boards. He'd been there for hours. They told him to go home as it could be hours yet. That's when I knew something had changed. Fucking hell. Hold tight, abs. At around 10:45 p.m, I was told I had a second phone call. It was a solicitor. She told me that the police had changed their original decision to issue me with a public nuisance disorder and had decided to keep me in to interview me. She advised me to make a formal complaint. By this point, my head was swimming with confused, queasy exhaustion. Who do I trust? A small voice in my ear answered, nobody. A couple of hours later, the metal hatch opened. It was two policewomen who introduced themselves and announced they'd be interviewing me in due course. More waiting. As I had my 10th polystyrene cup of water pass through the hatch, Dave and another copper, who had confided in me that he couldn't understand why I had been detained so long, told me they were conflicted about me being released because I'd been so easygoing. And they didn't know who was going to replace me. Dave asked me if I'd ever been on a Just Stop Oil protest. I said no, because I'm not a fucking brainwashed idiot. At about 3 a.m, a solicitor turned up. I was taken by the two female coppers to have a quick meeting with him so he could advise me privately before the interview. He was wearing jeans, white trainers and a white t-shirt, not exactly the Lincoln lawyer. The interview was recorded in one of those soulless rooms you see on TV. I was exhausted by this point. I kept my answers brief, as advised. During the interview, she read the transcript of the recording just before my arrest. She had to say the words fuck, fucking, and fuck you with a straight face. I dug my fingernails into my palms to stop myself cracking up. I nearly said, to be honest, I'm amazed there are no cunts. But I held back because I'd been in police custody for over 17 hours and I just wanted to go home to my own bed and my hungry cat Susie. I don't have a cat called Susie. Just an excuse to get out. That's between us. After After the interview, I was told I'd be put back in my cell and a decision would be made within the hour. Despite the adrenaline rush, strip light and the hard plastic pillow, I fell into the deepest sleep. I was woken by the 2 policewomen opening the cell door. I was going home. They issued me with a community resolution order. It's made up. The circumstances of the arrest on my charge sheet read, his exact words, swore when told not to by officers. That will get me 17 fucking hours. And they would have kept me for the 24, I'm sure. I got my rucksack back, and as I was leaving, Dave joked, "Don't forget to give us a 5-star rating." Sure, Dave. I stepped out into the still night air. Apart from a lone night bus trundling past, central London was deserted. I felt a flush of relief. I reached for my phone and turned it on. The endless pings and tings sounded like someone reciting a Chinese telephone directory. The tsunami of notifications crashed over me. There were tweets and messages ranging from disbelief, praise, prayer, solidarity, concern, rage, and pure love. The aftermath has been interesting. Some big Twitter voices have remained strangely ambivalent about my arrest. Is it because they're not prepared to support a big-haired, big-titted, foul-mouthed bird who is rather too fond of the word cunt? Or is it because they don't have the bollocks to be honest about the sheer scale of the unholy crimes committed against the human race, the likes of which the world hasn't witnessed since the first half of the 20th century? Either way, it won't look good in the history books. And I end this by saying, not to speak is to speak, not to act is to act. Dietrich Bonhoeffer. And that's the end. Thank you very much. For a second. Thank you. I just want to say, everyone in this room, all the things you do. This was obviously, I wrote this a while back, so to July, the middle of July. But for me, these grassroots, this is where it all happens. This is where all the change happens. If you do like, individual acts of rebellion, and we just chip away. I mean, I see they've already started to ramp up the fucking, Chinese virus again. Oh, I bet that's a t-shirt of one of my characters, Kathy Crunt. So I've just seen that there. Just keep doing what you're doing. Just keep doing. And if we have to have a parallel society away from these cunts, I mean, let me tell you, I lived in the Soviet Union. I speak Russian. Long story, my dad was a Russian speaker, and I spoke to people who lived under Stalin, and they had something called the catacombs. So the Christians, the Orthodox Christians, they formed their own, very much like this, although they probably didn't have a marquee. It was something sort of slightly different looking, but that's how we do it. That's how we do it. Because if they can do it under Stalin, then we can do it too. So God bless you all. Thank you so much. I'll be doing a show later in the year. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Abby Roberts, amazing. Thank you. Wow. Did anybody ever come to the Crown? Does anybody put your hands on who used to come to the Crown? It's like the fucking Crown on steroids today, isn't it? Right. Again, I mentioned earlier on about heroes. There's heroes everywhere, and I'm probably going to say this every time I introduce someone, but this is another hero. This man is doing some incredible work. I just don't know where he is right now. I know he's about somewhere, but can I welcome to the stage Mr. Adam White? This guy is making a huge difference in this world right now, helping so many people, including the vaccine injured. This is a wonderful man. Thank you so much, Adam.
Hello, everybody. Normally, I would like a big screen, and I'd like to take you on a right journey through a wealth of information that I've discovered, but we don't have one. So I'm going to touch on a few points. For your viewing pleasure, I spent 4 days creating a large banner. That's that one over there. It's got 720 layers of information on there, and a crashed camera, which was quite an accomplishment. So if you take any time to have a look at that, feel free to come and talk to me about any questions that you've got on that subject matter. A note on what we are as humans. What you just experienced, the beautiful vocals that that lady sang. On the corner of that banner over there, there's evidence of one of the clients I had who was a Muslim. As I was looking at her blood and the zeta potential was slightly out, I asked her to go into the room next door and pray, pick a 10-minute section of the Quran, and have a 10-minute prayer. She had that prayer and came back, and there is the evidence there. It structured her blood. Coming on to what we are, we're all familiar with Dr. Emoto's work and Veda Austin's work, and if you haven't checked out her work, you go and check that out. They are solid evidences of what we are and how we respond to the environment that we are in. Everything is frequency, and the frequencies that affect us. The reality at these events that you have lots of people with crystals and lots of people with singing bowls. Why is that? I have a friend of mine who has a house that is full of crystals. The entire house vibrates at 32,700 hertz. I was asked to go and do some research with her before treatment, after treatment, with her singing bowls and her healing music. There was 15 people came to that event. As I was going through everybody's bloods, I'm thinking, you can't all be that healthy. It's impossible. And as I was driving away, I slightly bemused by the experience. But then it hit me, it was obvious. We were all structured at 32,700 hertz just by being inside that building. So the second time I went back, I kept everybody out. I did their bloods before, and then I did their bloods inside. And I've got the evidence to show the blood is unstructured, and just being in the house, it fully structured everybody's blood. Apart from the owner of the house. And she questions me every time. She says, Adam, but why is my blood really bad? I say, it's because you eat shit, my love. She's always got the biscuits out, she's always got the chocolate out, she's always saying cracker, no love. Biscuit, no love. On that banner you'll see evidence of a gentleman who, his blood was just slightly out of balance, but there was no toxic shock. He got up and went for a coffee and came back with 3 donuts. He sat and ate the 3 donuts. I took a sample of his blood. I showed him his blood. I said, that's not my blood. It is now. And if you go and check the evidence of that and see that toxic shock, this starts to paint the picture of we have misunderstood the blood completely. And our blood is a toxic shock absorber. All the literature that we have available to us on blood is a misguided subject matter. We've been lied to, yet again, on another front. So I just want to tell you about the journey that I've been on with the vaccinated people, and to bring a sense of calm in one area, to bring some unification, because there was a lot of division within the communities and everybody was set and preyed upon each other. The idea of shedding. If anybody still holds fear of the idea of shedding, well, I stand before you, and I've worked with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of vaccinated people. I've handled them, hugged them, cuddled them, and I've handled their blood and looked at their blood. Have I been affected once? No. So this again is another fear tactic. What's actually going on? Spike protein. On the way here yesterday morning, a lady rang me and she was scared out of her mind. She'd been to see a blood analyst. He'd looked at her blood, told her blood was full of spiked protein. She had a picture of it. I said, it's all right, my love, send me the picture. I pulled over because she had a tremble in her voice, and I spent 2 hours and 25 minutes talking to her and explained the entirety of this existence and all of the problems in it. That was not spiked protein, that was just blood in toxic shock. But it matches the profile of the picture that they've showed you. Then to question that image. It's a cartoon image, but I think there might be a bit more behind that image. It is a ball, they've said it's protein, and it's spiked. When you look at some of the liquids that have been put into some of the people, it's full of needles. Microscopic, billions of needles. Why is it full of those needles? What is their destination, orientation? What is the device, the method of action that they are for? When you look at the blood, and I get asked that question, oh, can you tell if somebody's been vaccinated? No. And you certainly don't see any evidence of any of those needles. So where are all of them? They're not discussed by all of the people on much bigger stages than this. All these health people, professionals, not naming any names, but there is a very long list of them that do this work, but nobody touches on that. When we get the spectrum analysis back, in some cases you'll see iridium. And iridium is a rare earth metal which is near indestructible. Everything else on that analysis, you can highlight by observation that, well, that's that. Not iridium. All these needles. There's questions to be asked there about what they are. Not everybody got the same thing. That's evident now as we've come down the line on this journey and observed different things in different people. Some people say, oh, is that because everybody's different and we affect differently because we're different? No, we're all the same. People were given things that were very different but with the same batch number from the same brand. Then just think about that. How did that happen? Somebody didn't come along and go, just sneak that one in there. That means that in the factory where the vials are going down and they're being labelled, and it's running really fast through these machines, there was different products in different vials being labelled with the same batch and the same brand. That's quite sinister. Moving aside from the vaccine damage and those people that I've helped, tried to help, had brilliant success stories, some aren't with us anymore, are us in general and what we do to ourselves. If we take a bit of time to just absorb, especially the information on that banner, we do things to ourselves all day, every day, continuously, until we get sick. And it's not until we get sick that we ask for help. When we ask for help, we get told it's a disease, given a label, and then put on a treatment plan. All you've really got to do is not poison yourself. And everybody is poisoning themselves all of the time. And we just don't pay enough attention to it. I'm going to tell you about two clients just recently. Elderly gentleman, vaccinated, his partner was worried, asked me to go around and see them. So I did a home visit. He developed a tick in his hand. Just every now and then it would stop, then it would start again. He went to the doctor said, I don't know what it is, asked his wife, what do you think it is? We'll send him to hospital. Overnight in hospital, came away with 2 sheets of paper. The 2 sheets of paper were a list of everything he didn't have, and he had to give that to his doctor. His doctor then said, we'll give you an injection in your rotator cuff, a steroid injection. I'm going to give you some Valium, a very dangerous Parkinson's drug, where the side effect of that Parkinson's drug is over-sexualization and gambling, because it's a beta blocker that messes in the brain. It's ridiculous. And told him he's going to die in 5 years. Thanks for coming. I then asked him to stand up. I ran my finger down the left-hand side of his spine, just between the shoulder blade. There was a nasty knot. I asked him to look at his hand. I pushed it and pushed it up, and his hand went. So go see a chiropractor. You're not going to die. You don't have Parkinson's, and you don't need your Valium. You don't need your antibiotics, and your injury to your shoulder will heal. How many people does that happen to every single day? Second client. Is there anybody here who's diabetic? Anybody? It's okay, put your hand up if you are. This is an important bit. If you want to come and talk to me a bit more about this, I can actually show you the evidence of this. Asked to see a gentleman, got there. I couldn't get to see him before he went to hospital. I got to see him after, which makes my job harder because now his information field has been affected by anything else that has been applied in hospital. He had flaking skin on his fingers, swelling in the legs, flaking skin on his feet, blotches all over his body. I asked him, can he remember what he did to get to that point? Because with every client, all the answers lie in here, every single time. It just takes a bit of time to extract those answers. He's a diabetic, 25 years. I talked about diet briefly. I talked about going on a beef cleanse, going on a carnivore diet, because it has a very quick turnaround of cleaning the body. He said, I tried the Atkins diet once. I said, did you? He said, yes. And? Oh, that was about 15 years ago. And I didn't have to take my insulin for about 3 months. Okay, why are you still a diabetic then? I didn't like the diet. So he went back to eating shit and being a diabetic. Interesting character. Looking at his blood was full of bacteria. But bear in mind, he's just been on 2 types of antibiotic and an intravenous antibiotic in hospital. There shouldn't be any bacteria there. But the bacterial load is really high. Gary, he knows what he's done to himself, but he can't remember it yet. I left that time, I left him with some methylene blue and said, take 2 drops for 2 days, see how you are with it. Then if you're fine with it, go to 4 drops twice a day and I'll come back. 4 days later, I came back. He had the second worst blood I'd ever seen. In 4 days' time, it was 60% recovered. I showed him this, said, you are recovering. He said, I don't feel like it, I still feel like shit. It'll take time, sir. You need to have patience. The healing crisis is called that for a very reason. It was rough on the way down, it's going to be rough on the way out. On the second visit, I said, can I have some of that insulin out of your fridge? You've got loads of it. Why have you got so much? He said, oh, that's out of date. Is it? He said, I've got some new stuff coming. I said, okay. I'll come back and collect a sample of the new stuff. I'll take a sample of the old stuff, and then I'll have a look at it. Why have you got so much old stuff? Oh, I was keeping it just for a shit hit the fan sort of moment. I did try it though. Did you? When was that? It was just before I got ill. Well, fuck me. Really? I said, and? What? I'm like, oh mate, come on. Tell me what happened. He said, well, I injected it in here, and I got all these spots around where I injected it. But then I tried again with it, and I got more spots. He ended up covered all over his leg, which then spread all over his body. I'm like, I will go and look at that, and I will bring you the evidence. And when I bring you the evidence, we'll have a proper talk about it. 2 days later, I had a look at that. The vial of the insulin that was out of date was rammed with bacteria. The vial of the insulin that was in date was completely clear. Insulin is derived from E. coli. That's as much as I knew at that point. But doing my due diligence, I looked at the products that he used. The products he used on the scientific data sheet, 16 pages, shows the ingredients. It says insulin aspartate, but it doesn't say where it's from, and then lists some of the chemicals. Insulin aspartate is derived from Saccharomyces. Saccharomyces is baker's yeast. But this is a problem with our informational language, because now all you're thinking about is a baker and bread. You're not thinking about Saccharomyces, so it's another ball throwing you off in a different direction. In Saccharomyces, created insulin is a perfect breeding ground for Staphylococcus. The bacteria Gary had in his blood was Staphylococcus. He is a vial of it because he injects himself with that insulin all of the time. Then he took a slowly developing vial of Staphylococcus out of the fridge and injected it into the perfect breeding ground. It is an exponential overgrowth of Staphylococcus. Then something even scarier. I then looked at the vial of in-date insulin, and this is something for anybody who wants to come and see that. I will show you it. It's quite devastating. I took a sample of my blood and I put a sample of my blood in the in-date insulin, then sat back in half sadness, half horror, because the insulin dissolved the nucleus of my white blood cells. Let that one sink in. The insulin dissolved the nucleus of white blood cells. 436 million diabetics in the world doing that to themselves every day. We can totally end it really, really quickly. Literally like that. It's all in here. Just need a few other ingredients in, and they're all natural, and that's the end of that. So there's lessons in, as the beautiful lady before said, the crimes against us. There seems to be no boundaries to those crimes. They're just beyond conception. It's almost everything. Just to touch on the way we see our mind, in the middle of that banner there, it's got a lady who's got a blindfold on, and the blindfold says fear. We see that in our fearful and emotional mind. All we need is a title and an image, and as long as it's got fear driven in it, then it causes anxiety. Anxiety causes, it's a control mechanism. If we look at things properly and we ask the questions, and we always question, is it though? The informational field becomes thinner and thinner and thinner. All you've got to do is find one wrong truth and just bin that and throw it behind you. First, to prove what something is, prove what it isn't, and you'll get to the truth much quicker. Simple, proper research and questioning everything and just asking why, and remembering to say, or when you're with a professional and you ask them their opinion as a voice of authority, if they don't know, the very best thing they should say is, I don't know. Because I don't know is a gateway to I will find out. Those that then defend their ego or their indoctrination and the certificate on the wall by making some bullshit up, probably die in 5 years, but don't worry about it. Thanks for coming. Are the biggest problem that we've got. Any questions that anybody has while I'm here, I'm more than happy to answer anything about anything that I can answer a question about. Anybody?
Yes.
Yes.
How can people detox from injectables?
Again, depends what the ingredients was. I say you're either vaccine lucky, you're vaccine unlucky, or you're dead. So if you come all the way down the line, and in some cases 2 years, and I sit with people who 2 years down the line, they've got fear in their hearts, I have a look at the blood, and I can state straight away, you've got white eyes, you can think straight, you can hear what I'm saying and hold a cognitively correct conversation, you are doing all right. Then we have a look at the blood looks good. It's usually diet related, it'll be too acidic, there'll be something going on, you put that back in balance, and that's as much as you can do, because it depends what you've had. Until we define what was in all of those ingredients, we're never going to be able to define what exactly we should do. I was speaking with the PHA, and bless them all for all that they're doing, but I was asked, well, we've got to get a test to test people if they had a vaccine. So, why? Have you had a vaccine? Yes, that's that bit done then, isn't it? And then there's stuff I'd like to talk about the blood, but it's not the sort of thing that I'm going to do in this environment on here right now. But any questions on that, I will talk to people face to face more directly, because it takes more explaining, and it's a very big subject indeed, very big. Anyone else questions?
How people who are watching on live stream, how can they reach out to you for that advice?
Probably when this goes on the site, it's going on, there'll be a website, there'll be an email on there, and anybody can contact me about anything. I've kept myself very much in the private, not advertise what I do. I wanted to just sit back and watch. And sometimes that's the very best thing that you can do, because you see all the interworkings of everything that's going on. You listen to what everybody says that gets up on these things, that says they know something about something, but then there are other people that you know to be liars, but they'll stand right next to them and say, you're brilliant. then that highlights the fact that they've got some issues, because they're in their professional ego-driven capacity. They're not willing to question them, yet they're there saying supposed truths. And I could list a lot of those people, but I'm not going to do that.
What is the spike protein?
I don't know, because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. As I said before, the cartoon image is a ball, and in this crazy world, people do seem to like to telegraph the shit that they do to us. The spike protein is not being isolated anywhere where you can actually go, right, there it is. But your protein, and this shit was full of spikes, needles. What if that was them just taking the piss? Quite possibly that. So again, graphene oxide. All of that about graphene oxide, that noise. If you've a question about graphene oxide, please ask it. But also, if you go and look at what graphene is, it's an amazing substance with a great industrial application. Have I seen it? No, I haven't seen it. And everything that the world is watching, it's beyond important first, so that when you go running around shouting about graphene oxide shards or self-assembling graphene oxide nanotubes, which are just glass tubes, because there's a lot of that. And then you, yes sir. Yes. All of it. All of it. Come out to me. I'll show you some stuff. Yeah, I'll show you some stuff. And yeah, and if you, excuse me, if you're diabetic, you need to see what I have just seen. It's critical. And again, I try to come from a place of neutrality. I try to come from, one way to put that, I don't have the words belief or believe in my vocabulary. I do not use them. If it's speculation on facts that I've seen and I'm adding them together and trying to work out what's going on, I frame it as speculation. Everything else, I'm just the tour guide through the information, and the information is there and free for you to see. Yep. Yes, Mum. Good work. Not as long as you would think, my love. Not as long as you would think. Some people say, which people do like to ask, what's your background? Then I bring up the subject of background blindness. And then I'd also add, which background would you like me to come from that has not categorically let you down in the last 3 years? Because there isn't many left. In the industries and the medical industries, people are indoctrinated into it, then define what they do by their ego. We have that all over. When I started this journey, I emailed every live blood analyst that I could find for a conversation. How many do you think got back in touch with me? That many. Why is that? A lady just recently, she has dreads, Canadian, I'm sure she's a lovely person. She put some information out and said, I'm not really sure what I'm looking at, but these are vaccinated people and this is some really weird shit. If anybody knows anything and wants to talk to me about it, could we talk? I messaged her straight away. Hey up there, how are you doing? I know some shit about that weird. I go, that's great. Okay, I'll send another message back to you saying let's organise a Zoom, let's get, let's open this conversation up. I'll give you all my research, everything. I've got, I don't know, nearly 700 gigabytes of just blood images. Let's have a look. What? That's the bit that I find really weird, is the lack of people that will actually talk about it properly and just dig through the information. And I'm just thinking, what is wrong with everybody? It's just bizarre, really bizarre. Any other questions? Yes, my lord. Let me put it this way. There's a lot of stuff I want to say, but I'm not going to say it. When you go for an organ transplant, they give you cortisol. to give you cortisol to stop your body rejecting the foreign organ. It's not you, shouldn't be in there. Your immune system, your white blood cells go, oh no. So they give you cortisol. You create cortisol from your adrenal gland. So this is also part of being stuck in the HPA axis, and where anxiety and stress is detrimental because you drop cortisol, which shuts down everything so you can run faster from that lion. So being in that stressful loop, you're dropping the cortisol. It also affects your digestion, so you might be eating good food, but you won't be digesting it, and there's a big knock-on effect from all of that. That's cortisol. They give you that to stop you rejecting that organ. Now do the math. When they give you blood, why don't they give you cortisol? Making sense? That would then prompt you to ask another question. But they can't give you cortisol to stop you rejecting the blood, because then you'd have to question why the matching of the blood types doesn't work. Let that roll around a bit and you've got your answer. Yeah? Welcome. Any other questions from anybody? No? Okay. Well, at that point I'm going to wrap up then. And thank you all for being here.
Adam White, thank you very much. Well, this is our final speaker for today. Final speaker on part one of the It's Time to Rise festival. I keep mentioning heroes, and there's not many people who have done as much work as this lady that I'm going to invite onto stage right now over the past few years, and really put herself in the firing line. Very brave. And they're still fighting. So let me introduce you Fiona Rose Diamond. Thank you.
Hi guys, sorry, I get a little bit nervous at these things because I've never really done much public speaking. Even at my own rallies, I'm quite used to building a platform for other people to stand on. So I have written a few notes down, because I usually go off on a bit of a tangent, which I'm probably going to do, but I might swear a little bit, so sorry if that offends anybody, it just kind of slips out. First of all though, I'd like to thank Anne and Lou for this amazing festival. I've never been to festivals really before this summer, and I've been to a couple now. And I just want to say that I think we've come a really long way from 20 people being stood in Parliament who didn't know each other, who found each other on Facebook in 2020, to having freedom festivals. It amazes me to think we've come this way, where this, in my opinion, is also a sort of form of protest. We're not engaging with the mainstream and creating our own. So thank you guys. I didn't think, again, I'd be able to do this. As I say, I'm used to organising and being in the background. And even more so, I didn't think I'd be able to do it without Dutch courage. But today I'm 11 months sober as I stand here. Sorry. I get a bit emotional when I talk about that, because I've always been a fighter, and I've never really sat down and thought about what's going to make me happy. I've never really thought about creating. I've always been kind of reactive and fighting. So getting sober was one of the best things I've done. And don't know if any of you saw any of my drunk shenanigans, but it often took me down to number 10 with my megaphone. And on one occasion I handcuffed myself to the gates of number 10, jumped over the barriers, handcuffed myself to the gates, and I was wearing an orange jumpsuit that said county jail on the back. Anyway, so I handcuffed myself and I was shouting on my megaphone, and they were like, come on Fiona, you need, go home, get some rest. By that time they knew me quite well, because I was down there quite often. And anyway, suddenly this big police van pulls up. I'd been there about half an hour just shouting stuff, and with this handcuffing myself, locking on, which was still legal then, by the way. But anyway, this van pulled up, and this copper got out, and he was holding a massive pair of bolt cutters. And he came and he cut me off. And then another cop come up to me and said, we put you under arrest for disturbing the peace or whatever. And they were plastic handcuffs. they were from a joke shop, and the fact that they turned up with the bolt cutters, I was like, ding, pressed the little button and the handcuff opened, and that really wound them up, so I was arrested. And that was probably about 4 or 5 arrests in, to be honest, I've lost count now. But my very first arrest was in May of 2020, and that's when my life pretty much changed forever. It wasn't my first arrest ever in my life because, as I say, you know, I like to go out and cause a little bit of trouble when I was drunk. Yeah. Woo! Cheers to you. But yeah, so May of 2020. Now we were locked down, I think everybody knows, 23rd of March, or 26th of March. It was the 23rd of March that they released upon the population the Coronavirus Act, which obviously was enacted under the Public Health Act. So we knew what the rules were. Anyway, so I'd been to one protest early on, I think it was March, because I'd never been to a protest before, let alone ever organised one. So in May of 2020, a couple of months later, I went down to Hyde Park pretty much expecting the same thing. 20 people sort of stood there like, well, what do I really do? Because I don't think there was any really die-hard activists at that time on this. Well, Piers Corbyn. But I went down to Hyde Park in May of 2020, and there was about 100 people there. But there was also about 500 police officers. And I thought, I didn't see this when I went down even a month ago. So about 500 cops there, they're all wearing the blue gloves, you know, the medical gloves under their leather gloves, because obviously they can't touch us because we're contagious. And I was given a dispersal order. I didn't know what it was at the time, basically go home or just move away from this area. Anyway, I didn't follow it. And then they said, I'm giving you another opportunity, you've got 15 minutes and I don't want to see you here. So I was wandering around and I bumped into Piers Corbyn, probably about 3 minutes before he got arrested. And anyway, this cop came back up to me and said, look, I told you, blah, 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 blah. And he started arresting me, but I said, oh, yeah, what have I done? And he literally couldn't tell me. He didn't even know under what act to arrest me, or section, whatever, section 5, public order, whatever, they didn't even know. The police really did not know what they were doing. Anyway, so he took me, I argued with him. And that was the day that did change my life, because I was sat in custody thinking, right, so, oh God, what am I going to do when I get out? And then about 5 o'clock in the morning, I was released. And I thought, my God, my mum, she's gonna kill me. Anyway, I turned on my phone and I had a text message from my mother with a couple of links in there. And it was a link to the Sun newspaper with the most horrific images that they could possibly find, that looked like I was really crazy, that I was shouting and wailing, and they knew, I realised they knew then exactly when to take the pictures. I was there like with cops on me either side, with my mouth wide open, looking like I'm hurling abuse, when actually I was relatively quiet, and I was just shouting, freedom, freedom. But it looked really bad, and I thought, gosh, what's my mum gonna say? And I opened the text message from my mum, and it said, you fucking go, girl, well done. And I was like, oh, thank God. She was the only person I was worried about. So anyway, that day changed my life, and I think they thought arresting us and holding us in police cells, and some of us faced some pretty horrific treatment in police cells, and I myself had 2 unlawful strip searches. And one of them, there was a sergeant leaning in the doorway just watching and stopping them halfway through. So I joke about these arrests, but actually some of them are pretty traumatic. But again, like so many people who have been arrested, you know, you don't go out and shout about it. We've kind of accepted that it's part of the process, it's part of standing up, it's part of having a voice. But anyway, that didn't deter me, that just spurred me on even more and more. And they used arresting people and being pretty brutal in custody to deter us, but they didn't, because look at where we are now. Just a couple of months later, from 100 people in Hyde Park standing up, we were in Trafalgar Square in August of 2020 with tens of thousands of people. And that was the day I truly, really did understand, and I did know, and I didn't feel alone anymore. I'd met what some people call, I'd met my tribe. And I don't know how many of you were there in August 2020, the first one at Trafalgar Square, yeah? And that in a really, really fucked up, evil time, that was a really, really good day. I was blown away by the amount of people there. And on that was the first largest rally, I think, the first one we had in Trafalgar Square in London. And I just want to say something on rallies and protests as well, because I get a lot of stick for what I do. Sorry. I get a lot of comments, rallies don't work, protest doesn't work. And it really, really pisses me off. And I don't think it's because I'm not doing the right thing anymore. I think it's because people have expectations. People set their own expectations on protests, on rallies, and they must surely think, to say that they don't work, they must just think that the reason we go out and protest is so the very next day the government crumbles. It really frustrates me because I hear it constantly. I hear people posting online, protest doesn't work, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. But nearly everything we do is a part of protest, or it's a form of protests. The yellow boards, it's a form of protest. Even sending a letter to your MP and saying you don't agree with something, or you ask questions, you're saying no, you're saying you don't agree with it. That is all a form of protest. And the movement itself was built on the back of protests. This movement wouldn't be what it is. It wouldn't have the communities that we have if we didn't go out and rally very early on in 2020. And I've met people from around the world over the last 3 years, physically in person, when I travelled with a fake PCR test, and I used Boris Johnson as my emergency contact for my passenger locator form. And I can say that now, we didn't, sorry, I told you I'd do this, I'd ramble. But I've never done a PCR test to travel, and people always used to ask me in 2020, well, how do you travel if you don't have the health passport, if you don't do the PCR test? Because I lie. Because I get a PCR test, change a few digits, and use it as my own. But most often, and I can say that now, I think, although Rad is live streaming, so... Anyway, that was all a form of protest as well. And you can't completely break away from the system. If people want to go and live in the woods and, live completely off grid, then I admire those people. I really do admire them, because I couldn't do it. I just want my life back. I want a better life. I don't want to be lied to anymore. I don't want to be told what to do if I want to live a free and honourable life. That's all I want to do. I'm a good human being. So I don't want to live completely off-grid. I want a system that actually works for us and works for the people, and that's why I do what I do. And for everyone that showed up to those protests as well, we were all part of history. We were standing up, we were saying my voice matters. We were standing up and we were being counted. We were letting the government and those in power know, because they do know what we're doing. They know everything we're doing. And when we go out on the streets, we're demonstrating it is what we preach on social media. We preach about mass non-compliance. And therefore we need to go out on the streets and say, I don't comply. Because they do watch us, and we're saying, we're not going to take it. We're not going to take it anymore. Protest is a very slow process. I understand that, but it's also extremely profound and powerful. And we wouldn't be here were it not for our movement being built on those protests. And then, so for everyone that says protests don't work, or whatever doesn't work, and they say, okay, well, you should be out doing this. And they go to you and say, well, you need to be doing this and you need to be doing that. I don't need to be doing anything. I'm not on an £85,000 a year salary being paid by the people. I don't need to do anything. So when people say to me, well, why don't you tell people to do this, and why don't you organise that? Well, why don't you organise that? Then I'll get behind it and I'll support it, and you're saying use my profile to do this. Well, I'll support and promote anybody that's doing very, very good work. And going out on the streets is good work. So the people who have elected themselves as the commentators of the movement, constantly breaking other people down for doing what they're doing, and saying, oh, critiquing, you should do this and you should do that, or you shouldn't do this and you shouldn't do that. That doesn't help, that's toxic. And one of the reasons I stopped doing lives on Facebook is because I was sick of pandering to people and explaining what I was doing. I was sick of the negativity and the hate. And it affects you. I stopped paying attention to what people were saying, because otherwise I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have been able to carry on doing what I'm doing if I listened to the people that were criticising everything that I was doing. And I wouldn't have done Truth Be Told. And Truth Be Told was a campaign that gave a voice to the vaccinated, the injured and bereaved. And the reason I did that was because ultimately we need unity, and we need unity with the masses. And we're not going to do that if we stand over here in our movement thinking that we've got a monopoly on being awake or we have a monopoly on the truth. We can't think like that because they want us to think like that. And they've divided us very, very successfully. And we think, oh, you're vaccinated, you can't possibly be awake because you took the vaccine. Well, that's not the case at all, because I work with the vaccinated. I work with them and I gave them a voice because we need to be, all the time, a credible threat. And what's more credible than someone who's vaccine injured, who's lost a limb, standing on stage with us saying, I will not comply, I do not trust my government tried to kill me. They are the proof that we did not want. And we need to keep our empathy, we need to keep our humanity, and we need to be compassionate because they want us divided, and they've done it very successfully through coercion, through fear-mongering and doomsday reporting every day at 5 p.m. on the BBC. And then calling us anti-vaxxer, tinfoil hat-wearing conspiracy theorists, crazy this, crazy that, or extreme, or far-right. Every possible slur they could have used against us, they've used against us, and yet we've grown. And now we're standing alongside those people who at one point did believe the government. They did trust their doctor. They did go out and get vaccinated. No, they weren't held down, but they were threatened. And through fear, people can comply and do things that they obviously will regret later. And now we are united with the vaccinated, and we need to keep going that way. We need to keep speaking to people with compassion and with empathy. And one of the reasons I referred to the gene therapy, or whatever you want to call it, as a vaccine was because we need to appeal to the masses. We need to appeal to the mainstream. We don't need the mainstream media to report on us. Why do we need that? We need the public to see us. We need the public to see our message, and we need the public to join us. That's the aim, because we need to win. There is no question. I think we are winning, but we win through unity. We get victory when we unite, and it's unity with the masses, the people who might still be asleep, for want of a better word. It's unity with them. We need mass awareness, then we demonstrate mass non-compliance, or continue to, and I do believe we win, because victory is synonymous with unity. Sorry, I knew I'd get a little bit off track. And this is why I don't think that it's going to take one leader. This is why we need to nurture individual suggestions and individual ideas, because so many different things is what is going to win this. A collection of people going out on a roundabout, which is, rebels on roundabout, or with the yellow boards, or outreach groups going into the community and speaking with the community. But this is also why we need to demonstrate en masse on the streets, because they see us and they see our message, and it's about the public and the community. And whilst we're out marching, we can hand out leaflets along the way. And the one thing I've started noticing since earlier this year, maybe a little bit before, is that the public have actually started to join us. They sort of watch us go by, take a few pictures, and they start walking with us. And we didn't have that in 2020. They did such a good job, as I say, to divide us, but we have come such a long way. And I, for one, will never give up. I'll never stop protesting, because I know that protest works. I know that it's a slow process, but it's about standing up and being counted and being part of history and knowing that we did the right thing. It's a moral compulsion for me, and it probably is for some of you as well. And a note as well on a little bit, going back again about other people criticising and other people talking. We need to stop propagating it. We need to stop listening to people who you only see pop up on a video, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times a week, every day on a live, criticizing somebody else for what they're doing. Those people either need to step up or shut up. And we need to stop propagating it, stop liking it and stop sharing it. Because one of the reasons I actually stopped drinking, and I'm grateful for the journey that I'm on, but one of the reasons I did it was because I got very, very, very drunk and very publicly put out a video and said I wanted to end my life. I put the video out, I cried for a little bit and thought, I'm not doing enough, I'm not enough. People think I'm this, people think I'm that, and that's all that was going around in my head. And I took some tablets, and I put myself in hospital, and I woke up when I heard the words ventilator, nearly 2 days later. So to these people who think that those words can affect people and they can stop us doing the job that we're only doing because we care. We're only doing because we care about humanity. I don't care about likes and fame. It's one of the reasons I stopped doing lives on Facebook. I don't care. But to the people that are constantly critiquing what other people are doing, please, please just stop. If you're not going to get up and act and do something yourself, just stop. And for everyone in this room, stop liking it and stop sharing it. Or if you know that person, send them a message and say, look, let's just stop this. Because if our own movement is fractured, how are we ever going to get what we want? And that's to win. We need to win united. And if we're fractured, if we're saying all these things, or she works for MI5, or she works for the government, or she's friends with so-and-so, so she must be this and she must be that. It didn't stop me, and it won't stop me. Those words I realised, and it's like the Portaloos. I'm sure you've all been in the Portaloos, which, by the way, are impeccably clean. But on the back, there's a note. And there's a note that I really needed to see, and I can't remember the order of it. But I am brave. I am enough. I am beautiful on the inside. And I am enough. And I don't know what else it was. I think I've repeated myself, but... Oh, thank you. Yes. Sorry. But though I needed to see that. And I need to see that every day. And I have to remind myself about that every day, because I know what I'm doing is for the right reasons. I know what I'm doing is just to win this, and I don't care if people don't like what I'm doing, if they disagree with what I'm doing. Just step up and do it yourself. Because as I said, we won't win if we're not united, and unity and victory are synonymous. Thank you.
Wow, what a speech. Thank you, Fiona. I hope you guys enjoyed part 1. We've had some amazing speakers all day today. I'm so grateful for all of you being here. I'm so grateful for all the speakers that have been delivering the messages, bringing the awareness, bringing the positivity. We've got this, guys. I tell you, we have got this. We're going to have a very, very short break because we're running over. So we're going to start the music, and let's get vibrations really rising now, because it's time to rise. And we're going to start the music between 6:30 and 7. So go and get something to eat, go and have a piss, go and do whatever you need to do. Get back and let's have some dancing. Okay, guys? See you in a bit.
Go to that website. All my social media links are
Radek,
there.
yeah?
Radek.media.
Let's take a picture of that, yeah?
Yes, that's my website.
Yeah?
And all links are there. Facebook, YouTube. I'm streaming onto YouTube and Facebook.
Yeah? Okay, so I'll just get a picture, yeah?
Yeah.
I'll get one for you as well, yeah? You've got enough battery power, have you?
I hope so.
Yeah, because I've got a GoPro and a battery.
I use power bank. I use 60% of power bank and half of the phone.
Yeah? Cool. Right, okay. Thanks.
Nice to meet you. What's your name?
I'm Chris, yeah?
Radek, like Radiko.
Radek, yeah. I put a talk in Teesside, in Middlesbrough, about get speakers to come along, like Kylie Spell and Mark Devlin and things like that. And I've got a video called Truth Lens, and I put some of my videos on as well. Yeah. Right, good. Where are you from?
Originally I'm Polish.
I gathered that, yeah.
I live in South Yorkshire, Barnsley.
Barnsley, yeah. But not far from me, yeah. We're in Teesside, you know. Yeah. Good. Okay, nice to meet you. I'll catch you.
This is my heartbeat song and one more day. Been so long I forgot how to turn it up, all night long. Oh, it's up all night long. You, where the hell did you come from? Oh, a different kind of fun. And I'm so used to feeling no. Now, I've got pins and needles on my tongue, anticipating what's to come, like a finger on a loaded gun.
Right, so that's how the setup of festival looks like. There's a big tent where the speeches are. No problem. Now people can buy some food, coffee. Hi, how are you?
Okay.
Yes. How are you finding festival?
Wait. Well, I've met you before. This is my cousin Peter. How you doing? We're from the St Helens group. Yeah. Brad's a great man. Reports on all the real issues. We're having a great time. We picked up one of the musicians before because we had a sat-nav disaster and there's lots of people couldn't find the festival, so we brought in one of the musicians, a lovely girl. And now the Liverpool group, George, has just donated some real ale, which is brewed from indigenous materials, I'm told. So we're sampling that, which is very good. I'll give it a 3.5 out of 5 on the real ale scale, which is bloody good. So that's it. We're having a little drink. We're going to have a chat to people that we've seen before, and it's really good to see you. How's life on your side?
It's tough. I'm trying to get by, but you know, it is what it is. We have to carry on, regardless. So
Yeah.
I thought this was for a change to live stream festival, because pretty much last 3 years was just a negativity, just protests and negative message. So I thought that for a change to live stream something positive.
Definitely. Yeah.
People need that music and
Well, I only arrived when the gentleman, the ex-footballer, was talking about his horrific ordeal, which I thought was really inspiring. And I just watched Fiona speak, and I thought it was really impressive. And the lady comedian, so I thought it was a nice line-up of maybe a slight down and an up and a down. So it's been an emotional roller coaster, but I think it's been well organised. It's good. I think it's going really well. Yeah. But yeah, and on the protest ground, we've had 𝑑𝑒𝑏𝑖𝑐𝑠 up in the league for key cash, which was really good. Last 2 weeks ago, we had a protest at Liverpool Town Hall, which was with the Liverpool guys, and that went really well as well. However, the Liverpool Echo really misrepresented us and tried to, well, they did make an article saying that the old councillors had to leave early because of they felt intimidated by the protesters. It was completely over exaggerated. It was a peaceful protest. There was a lot of noise at the doorway. At the doorway, we were sort of using megaphones down the doorway, but it was a young girl on the door. She was opening and closing the door. There was nothing aggressive or sort of ambiguous. It was just the democratic challenging of what the government are trying to introduce. So the Echo smeared us. There was a really positive Liberal Democrat MP that was behind what we were doing. She left out the front door, the rest of the council was left out the side door, allegedly. They weren't at risk. The public were just exercising their democratic right to protest the Liverpool Echo, which is definitely a controlled paper, smeared and vilified the protesters.
Media were disgusting.
Yes.
That's the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Yeah. They have been a disgrace. The 3 years have been a disgrace, and I know we've discussed this before. But it's a polarisation, isn't it? Everything that seems to be a certain way, and I know this is a David Icke thing, but it's like everything that's like that generally is like that. I'm not saying it's everything, but it generally is. It's like now we're looking at the Hawaii. There's a lot of counterclaims now about shortages of water. People are now protesting. I saw the chief of police challenge today about his actions, and he just remained silent. So, in a democratic nation, why aren't people answering? You know, when are the answers going to be given about these things? And I feel that it's another WEF-controlled exercise. I'm not saying what I've seen.
The whole infrastructure of a government and countries is being hijacked as we speak.
Of course.
And obviously, it's now they want to. Small group, they just want to install infrastructure of oppression, which they never could in the past. So this is just taking slavery to the next level, and we can't have it. Simple.
We have to stand up now, and that's very important. I think the pertinent thing about it all is about the little things that we do to just chip away at it is important. It's like when the council or the government tell us that they're giving us notice that they're going to do something, like a planning meeting. It means they are going to do it. But it's up to us to stop them. And yeah, we're living in a dictatorship. This is democracy by stealth. It's not. Democracy is an illusion. I really believe that.
It's a technocracy with our most adequate name would be idiocracy.
Yes.
Because we got only illusion of democracy.
Yeah.
And it's just an idiocracy when masses are being manipulated just to legitimize and to pretend it's democracy. But none of us voted for this.
No.
And nobody voted to be oppressed, to be hungry, to struggle pay the bills, and it shouldn't happen. There's no reason that this should happen.
Well, I sort of started realising things in 2020. My cousin Peter here, unbeknown to me, he was awake way before me with other sort of nationalist parties in the UK and different organisations, and he knew about all this, and he's come to light. We've all got together now. There's a few members of our family that realise what's going on. So I think America's a big predictor. It's very indicative of what's going on in America, because with train derailments, the environmental issues, the fires. Well, let's face it, I've seen videos of these lasers lighting fires. That might be a psyop, but it's easy to light a fire with a match or a lighter. It's very easy to do that. The climate change agenda is a complete and utter hoax, and I'll say that, I'm on record for saying that. It's an absolute hoax. There's no way that what they're telling us is in any way accurate about climate change, and it just takes a little bit of
Look what is happening with the implementation of 𝑢𝑠. So first they installed camera, then they installed reinforced cameras. Now they're installing reinforced cameras on the vans because people are putting them up. So what will be next? Automated turrets on them? People don't realize that this infrastructure is not for our benefit.
That's right. And the whole electric car agenda, we know this. It's so that the rich can travel and the poor aren't going to travel anywhere. And it's the way of implementing 50-minute cities by how much finance that someone possesses. I think that's the way. I think if you make travel unaffordable, then people won't do it. And I think that's the way. Yeah.
That's what's happening, and it's against our basic human rights.
It is. It's against the Constitution, it's against the United Nations, human rights, freedom of travel. It's all there, isn't it? Everything. So I think it's important that we all stick together and everybody converges. And all the protest movements all get together. I know I've heard Piers talk about that, about different protesting movements getting together and forming a unified body. So I hope that's a good thing.
Well, it's difficult. I mean, those times are difficult, but I think we will end up with a better society if we really push for it.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so. I think it's really important that we all stick together and keep working for the same cause. I don't know whether it's going to derail it though, Rad. I think we just got to hope that it's a better life after.
Yeah, it's not easy, but it's life was never easy, you know.
No.
If we're not running away from saber-toothed tigers, we have to run away from different predators. So life is not fair, but you know, I think humanity can win. We wouldn't be here if they would be taking over, you know what I mean? So people are mobilizing, and I think that you know, we're not done yet. I'm not defeatistic. It's like football game. You're playing to the last minute, and there could be like extra minutes. Yeah, the game is not over till it's over. So people who are saying, "Oh, there's nothing I can do," I don't agree.
I think you've come out with a good point there, and I believe that. Sorry. What I believe is that when you go into any democratic sort of reparation process and you, how can I put this, say you go into a pay dispute at work and the company will say, well, we're going to offer you 3% and the workers ask for 12%, and it's called the bargaining unit, and we know from years and years that bargaining units have been about finding the common ground. And I believe that we're being psyoped, we're being told life's going to be like this. We're here fighting, saying we want life to be the way it always was, but maybe we'll make a few concessions, and I think there'll be some mid-ground. And I know that sounds a little bit defeatist, but I do
I agree with you, because this is like pulling the rope. It will never end on your side and on mine. It will be in between, yeah? So there is points to everything. So like technology is changing certain things, and it is same like it's romantic to ride a horse, but it's not practical anymore, yes? It doesn't mean you still can't, because some people still drive horses, but it's just not what we do now. Technology changed things, same with IT, with AI. It will transform certain things beyond imagination. So it's not that we're fighting against natural flow of things, but we want to keep humanity in it. That's what we should focus on.
I agree with you, yeah. And I feel that because we're a load of, if you look at the truth community, they're pretty good. But if you look at the rest of the humanity, we're a load of apes that can't agree on anything. And these people realise that. And what they realise is that they think we've got to be bullied into submission. And I think that's their plan. I believe that, yes, they probably will settle for some middle ground, like in between where they've pegged out their markers they've pegged out, and then what we're asking for or protesting for. I think that there will be some mid-ground found. I think we've found ourselves on mid-ground, but personally I believe that their tactics show no humility, they're inhumane, and they're psyoped, and they're just bullying they're bullying people into submission, quite frankly. And I believe that's the issue, that why people are going on protest, because nobody wants to be bullied, nobody wants to be vilified, nobody wants to be bollocked and battered into submission. And that's why people are getting out on the streets, doing things about it, forming unions together. And I think that's important. That's what's driving people.
I'm passionately hating bullying. That's the reason why I went to the street myself.
And anybody that's lived in any sort of dictatorship, I've met with various people from various nationalities, South African, Portuguese, Greek. These people know about living in dictatorships, and because they're coming to the end of lives now, people that live through that, they're the ones that can see this, what's going on. And I think it's really important that people know about that and stand up. Right, Rad, we're going to have a walk over to the van.
Yeah.
And we will catch up with you later on, sir.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for that.
Anytime. It's always a pleasure. Peter.
Yep.
Yeah. Just going to say hello to Fiona because I've never met her before.
Brad, are you going to put this on Telegram or?
Yes, go to my pages on my social media.
Do you have YouTube as well?
Yes, all my links are there.
Right.
Just take picture of that address.
Right, yeah. Brilliant.
And lading.media, website, yeah? And all the links are there.
Did you hear what happened to Based Welshman the other day? Do you know Based Welshman? He has a big channel on YouTube. He went to record, do you know the refugee hotel in Wales? There's 6 people living in Wales. Every single one of them is invested. It was to be live streamed. Got charged with burglary because trespass is civil offence, it's not a criminal offence.
I mean, we know what police is doing.
We got that chili on. Yeah. Rather you stay for the weekend. See you later. Oh, we'll have to listen to this. We gave this girl a lift in the van.
Oh, you ready? Still doing the good work. How's France? It's still up in arms in France, or is it waiting down? That's all the national people are alive. The big protest that was going on in France, is that still reacting, or is that all quieted down a bit? I'm sure. I'm thinking it. I think I lost time I saw you, I think it was Charing Cross when I was getting arrested outside. They chased me down the street, bumping into me to myself. One last year. You're doing good work. Did you find it? Very hard to cover anything, wasn't it? It was just a constant kind of interference all the time, wasn't it? Now it's easy now. You get stopped and questioned by how many did you have to be asked? No, I'm just that was it. Just looking at out.
Do you want to say something to live
What have you got out there?
Yeah, so I got 3 phones, one streaming on Facebook, one on YouTube, and I'm just recording the proper video.
And that's for the festival. Where were you earlier for the talks? You were here?
Yeah, I recorded them. You can go to that website, you will find my social media links, yeah? Highlights.
What was we on about then?
What's it on under? And I'll try and share it with you.
So that's my website. All my links are there. You can find it on Facebook.
Which one do you want to share first?
This one's called 𝑀𝑎𝑡𝑡.
Remember this ground, the rhythm of saints to carry the sound, and to play for life and for the ones yet to come. May you walk in beauty and remember your song. Blessed we are. I'm gonna play a very new one that I wrote. Hopefully I remember all the lyrics. Only a voice spring in the room. Fingers running down the neck, caresses the sweetest breath, and hope to get to my hand. And through what a safe place to be, held within your voice. Say
I hope you enjoy. The whole festival is brilliant. I think they have just wrapped on his dancers, and it's a funny story. The first person I ever met when I moved to England and I went to Manchester was Darren. He was the first person I ever spoke to me. And it's quite around sharing the stage with you today. It is very nice. Thank you.
Mamma Teresa.
Yeah, two. Two. Yeah.
All the girls on the block knocking at my door. Wanna know what it is, make the boys want more. Is your love playing on your side? Tell you lose it, but you ain't got time. Is the answer? Come and get it, and like no prize. Hey! Full of honey, just to make him see. Crystal wine, just to help him see what he's gonna say. So come and get it, you still got time. Hey! It's born as easy to read at the least. Take a sip of a secret potion, I'll make you fall in love. First love that can't be broken, one that should be enough. Oh, you've been to me, I got the it's all like magic. It's all like magic. Take a sip of a secret potion. Once they see you be mine. It's love that can't be broken. It'll keep you up all night. All you've been to me, I got the recipe. It's all like magic. It's all like magic. If you're looking for this stuff, I need that magic to change your own life. Here's the answer. Come and get it. We still got time. Hey! What you boys repeat me say? Take a sip of a secret potion. I'll make you fall in love. First love that can't be broken. One that should be enough. All you've been to me, I got the recipe. It's called black magic. It's called black magic. Take a sip of a secret potion. One taste of you in mine. It's love that can't be broken. Keep you up all night. All you've been to me, I got the recipe. It's called black magic. It's called black magic. All the girls on the block knocking at my door. Hey! Wanna know what it is, but the boys want more. All the girls in the back knocking at my door. I got the recipe. Wanna know what it is, but the boys want more. To me, breathing a secret potion. I'll make you fall in love. This love can be broken. It should be enough. All you've been to me, I got the recipe. It's called black magic. Take a sip from a secret potion. One taste and you'll be mine. Love can't be broken. It'll keep you up all night. All you've been to me, I got the recipe. It's called black magic. It's called black magic. Give it to me. I'm in a boy like sweet trying to run that game, man. It sounds so sweet when it's in my name. I said, boy, stop, run it back. You can talk that talk, can you play that sack? Been a price last night, buying out the boss that I can rap top down in this Jaguar. My boy, stop, run it back. You can drive on out, but can you play that sax? Baby, I've been waiting for the one to blow my mind. Baby, you can get it if you got the thing right. I need a stand up, check my soul. A red eye, the calculating good. Come on, that check. Play that sax, give it to me.
Hello! My name's Darren Nesbitt. I'm short up to Daz Nez. Sometimes I call myself Darren Smith. Seems to confuse the hell out of Wikipedia and Google and the secret intelligence services. I'm going to sing some songs for you. I'm not going to play with a band called the Daz Band. It's not named after me. We've just completed our debut album, which you're going to absolutely love. It's called Time of the Signs. It'll be out early next month. I'm going to be touring. I'm going to play some of the songs acoustically and some of the songs. Enjoy. This is called End Battle.
Come
listen to your soul. Go make your story. I want that retold. See my life through your eyes. If you know the future, oh, no surprise. Come on, don't get down, just run. Thank you. Can I have a best guitar on stage, bro? New strings, old jokes. I would go to a festival like this every weekend. Whether a festival, or a gig, or comedy, or meet up with all my awake brothers and sisters in the truth movement. We don't need to bring down their thing. We just need to carry on with our thing and make it obvious which one's better. Well, we're free. Everybody's free to speak. I love these festivals because you can speak to anybody, can't you? About everything. Eventually, there'll be more people at these than there will at Glastonbury and all that stuff. Because everybody will get it. Hey, Mr. Terrorist, why do you never bomb Obama, Bush, and Cameron, or anyone at all? Why are the cameras such crappy quality, so we can never see what's going on at all? We know we're being lied to on the telescreen, cause they'll never once tell you. So don't check out and search for yourself what you just see. Hey there, media, VIP to feel it's being reported to you, but we don't hear a word. Silence on the cover, silence on the rise for war. We're living in 1984 when people are jailed for truth. We know we're being lied to every day and night. Here's a really big clip. Someone's from the government, you know they're talking shite. Hey, Mr. Terrorist, why do you never bomb Obama, Bush, or Cameron, or anyone at all? Why are the cameras such crappy quality, so we can never see what's going on at all? We know we're being lied on the telescreen, cause they'll no one's telling. Go and check out research for yourself, all the propaganda, mind control, subversion of reality, shock trauma therapy that you just see. Hey, boys in blue, when you ever gonna act? All the people are being attacked by those who are meant to serve. It's clear that the criminals, the lying, kill, the stealing. What the fuck's it gonna take for you to find the burn? We know we're being shafted every which way but loose. If we really have a choice between government and no government, it's no government we choose. Hey, Mr. Terrorist, why do you never bomb Obama, Bush, or Cameron, or anyone at all? Why are the cameras of such graphic quality, so we can never see what's going on at home. We know we're being live on the telescreen, cause they'll never once tell you. Go and check out, research for yourself. All propaganda, mind control, subversion of reality, shock, trauma therapy, gender insight program that you just see. Thank you. Bit of blues. I'm a soul ranger, I'll help you ease your mind. I'm a first survivor, never die and breathe. Heaven's inside her, I'll give you just what you I'm a sunsetter, some bit plus impossible. Yeah, I'm a cold winter, ain't nothing gonna keep you warm. I'm a freight train running, a hurricane. Short stack of lightning, I send you back where you've been. We can't wait to get our hands on everything. We know this way, we are on girls. Hey. We're right here waiting for you. Thank you. By the time we have to sing a song, isn't it? Very easy, this one. And you're actually there at my party, you'll be on the record. I sing the line, you sing the line. You up for it? Ready for a sing song? Much better. Okay? You can play on this one actually. I'll need you for this one as well. Keep a simple rhythm though, because I go all over the place. Hope you can sing along in the terraces as well. Power to the people. Cause the people got the power. Tell me, can you feel it? Getting stronger by the hour. Power! Power! Tell me, can you feel it? Getting stronger by the hour. Power to the people. Cause the people got the power. Tell me, can you hear it? Getting stronger by the hour. Power! Power! Tell me, can you hear it? Getting stronger by the hour. Well, at last we're coming home. It's been a long time. We were made to feel alone. But why you there fighting? Music brings the people. People got the power. Tell me, can you feel it? Getting stronger by the hour. Power, power. Tell me, can you feel it? Getting stronger by the hour. Come on, power to the people. Cause the people got the power. Tell me, can you hear it? And getting stronger by the hour. Power, power. Tell me, can you hear it? Getting stronger by the hour. Well, at last we're coming home. It's been a long time. We've made it feel alone. But when you're fighting, you and I, will I try? If you feel it, then it's wrong. When the people come together and we sing as one, ain't no mountain can be moved, ain't no heart that can be saved from the corners of the water. We will rise through everywhere. Well, at last we're coming home. It's been a long time. We were made to feel alone. But why you're dying? Power to the people. The people got the power. Tell me, can you feel it? They're getting stronger by the hour. Power, 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 power. Tell me, can you feel it? Getting stronger by the hour. Thank you so much. It really makes that track when you guys sing along awesome. Feel power. It's the whole point of it. So marching song that I nicked off somebody who's singing at Barton Moss. The chorus is mine. Okay, here's a brand new one. Let me try it. Yeah. Back on for the encore. Obviously, we don't have time for an encore. Here's a brand new one called Do You Want to Know the Truth? Oh yeah. I don't know the words to the song, so I asked God to help me along. He said you want to say the truth. What the hell you doing in long life? Don't know the media, so compromise. No, they're never so true. Don't put your trust in those who can't understand. Even popes and presidents are working for the man. No, they'll never know the truth. They will call us our names on their song. We want freedom for each and every one. Do you really want to know why we do what we do? We do it 'cause we love you. Well, never was an inside job. CIA got controls, just ask everywhere. Who's killed for telling us the truth? Like Serena Shin and Philip Marshall and Michael Hastings, bombed him in his car. They were killed for telling us the truth. They will call them all names on their son. They want freedom for each and every one. Do you really want to know why we do what we do? We do it 'cause we love you. All money is the rich man's friend. Set the system up so we spend our whole life chasing it. What a crock of shit. Those walls down the road, it's the light in the sky. That's all about space, the great big wide. Are you sure you want to know the truth? Climate change is the weather, it's all about control. All they say they are it, and nuclear weapons are a hoax. Are you sure you want to know the truth? They won't call you all the names on their song. You want freedom for each and every one. Do you really want to know how we do what we do? I said, do you really want to know how we do what we do? We do it 'cause we love. We do it 'cause we love. Do it 'cause we love you. It's true. Thank you. Another song off the forthcoming album, it's called 𝑁'E𝑤𝑚 𝐶𝑜𝑦. Rags to riches and one, running wild. Background, all eyes, sound. Yeah, we're drunk glory, restless night. not like this, not like this. Stop this town burning down. Who's on our side? Who's gonna come down? We will all be together again. One day we will all be together again. In the people, free my soul. Wanna get lost in the rock and roll and take away. One day we will all be together again. One day we will all be together again. One day we will all be together again. Sing with me. One day we will all be together again. One day we will all be together again. One more. One day we will all be together again. Not like this. Okay. Okay. 10 years ago I wrote a song, I'm still dying out on it, fucking great. I'm dying for you to hear, you heard a couple of the songs tonight that are on the album. I'm dying for you to hear the whole band and the album. Look out for everybody's out, obviously we'll put an advert in the light paper. You should hear about it. Come out and see us play on our tour as well, you'll really enjoy it. Okay, so you can all sing along to this one. You can stick your new world order up your arse. You can stick your new world order up your arse. You can stick your new world order where the sun don't shine in autumn. Stick your new world order up your arse. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 90%. Together we are 99%. The Queen should have been arrested in a dressing gown. The Queen should have been arrested in a dressing gown. The Queen should have been arrested in a, cause she was such a sinner. Should have been arrested in a dressing gown. You can stake your corporation up your ass. You can stake your corporation up your ass. You can stake your corporation. We're free and sovereign nation. Stick your corporation up your ass. Come on! Stick it we are the 99%. Stick it we are the 99%. together we are mighty. We are 99%. There'll be blue skies when the chemtrails are all gone. There'll be blue skies when the chemtrails are all gone. There'll be blue skies when the chemtrails and their evil plan fails. Blue skies when the chemtrails are all gone. You can stick your mainstream media up your arm. You can stick your mainstream media up your arm. You can stick your mainstream media. The people we don't need ya. Stick your mainstream media up your arm. Say that we are the 99%. Sing it, we are the 99%. Say that we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We are 99%. You can stick your poison vaccine up your arse. You can stick your poison vaccines up your arse. You can stick your poison vaccines. They cause so much disease. Stick your poison vaccines up your arse. You can stick the vaccine passports up your arse. You can stick the vaccine passports up your arse. You can stick your vaccine passports. We'll see you in the high court. Stick your vaccine passports up your arse. Stick it, we are 99%. Stick it, we are 99%. Stick it, we are 90. Together we are mighty. We are 99%. You can stick your fracking drilling up your arse. You can stick your TV programs up your arse. You can stick your GMO foods. We ain't gonna go to school. Stick your Georgia Guidos up your arse. Sing it, we are 90%. Sing it, we are 99%. Sing it, we are 90. Together we are mighty. We are 99%. Oh, I'd rather be a human than a slave. Oh, I'd rather be a human than a slave. Oh, I'd rather be a human. Don't you know that you can rather be a human than a slave? Take it, we are 99%. Come on. Sing it, we are 99%. Sing it, we are 90. Together we are mighty. We are 99%. How's it go? You can stick your new world order up your arse. You can stick your new world order up your arse. You can stick your new world order when the sun don't shine with honor. Stick your new world order up your arse. Thank you very much. Have a nice night. Have a great night. Bye.
to life. So love me like you do, 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 touch me like you do, touch me like you do. Figuring out on the edge of paradise. Every inch of your skin is a holy grail I've got to find. Only you can set my heart on fire. Let you set me place, because I'm not thinking straight. My head's spinning around, I can't see clear.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Are we enjoying the day so far? Are we enjoying Dasnes? Okay. Next up, my new best mate, all the way from Scotland, the amazing Billy Watson.
Hello, you alright, yeah? That's cool, I'm not really a musician. 3 chords and the truth. That's me. So plug yourself in. First one's called Times Are Evolving. Come, gather round your boats wherever you roam. And admit that the fear factor turns to stone, and it's yet that soon you'll be left all alone. Is your life to you worth saving? Then you better start thinking before you kneel to the throne. Times they are evolving. Come husbands and wives who are no longer friends, and keep your mouths wide and you might come again, but don't peek too soon, for the vibrators in the bin. And there's more to sex than just shagging. For the mother who will be later to know you don't want to spin. For the morals, they are evolving. Come managers, businessmen, please make the call. Please tell your big boss you left his fruit stall, for he who has courage will be he who has balls. There's a fire in your heart that's raging. They'll soon eat their profits and burn down the mall, for the rebels 𝑑𝑎𝑦𝑠. Come doctors, nurses, it is obvious to see the drugs that you dish out are not really free. They come with a price that some pay heavily. So stop acting like you are the king. It is time to follow your Hippocratic plea for the healers. They are 𝑑𝑎𝑦𝑠. Come family and friends, it is time to go home. Living this way chills us to the bone. Religion has taught us that we're all alone. But it's our voice inside that's calling. Let's love one another until the end of time. For the earthlings, we are 𝑑𝑎𝑦𝑠. That's that, yeah, are you with me? Is anyone interested? No, is my voice that bad? You're just saying, I better not read out embarrassment, didn't want to humiliate this guy. Anyway, that's the first one. We've got another 35 minutes, so strap yourself in. Next one's called Mr. Politician. Hey, Mr. Politician, you don't speak for me. I'm not lazy, but there is no job I want to do. Hey, Mr. Big Brother, don't you spy on me. For on a dark December evening, I'll come following you. No, I ken the British Empire secretly still stands. I was born in not a Winston Churchill fan. A prick is still a prick even if he's sleeping. Our minister repulses me and never kiss his feet. Invite him out to eat or give him a comfy seat in the house of scheming. So hey, Mr. Politician, don't you threaten me. I may be wasted, but there is no jail I'm going to. Hey, Mr. Dragon Breath, don't blow your smoke on me. Or on a lazy Sunday morning, I'll set fire to you. So take me on a trip upon your pirate sinking ship, where you will all be whipped. I want your necks to grip. The plank awaits your steps, so start walking. I'm ready to save anyone who admits the whole charade. My love will never fade, but can't stand this hate brigade for another second. So hey, Mr. Politician, don't point your smile at me. I'm not happy with your cronies or your family. Hey, Mr. Sleazy Bag, don't say your change was good, or those deep state shenanigans will come back to haunt you. And though you may be laughing, thinking you've got us on the run, our time is going to come when they realise we're all one. And the penny drops that there is no point in running. And if you try to scare us with the armies you command, you'll hate to understand we won't defend your evil plan. Peace cannot be won by senseless killing. In fact, we find it chilling. So hey, Mr. Politician, you'll stop acting like a bee. We realise that we are the majority. Hey, Mr. Illuminati, party, I hope that you can run. Cause there's a lot of angry people that still own a gun. There is no part of this world that you have not mind, committing every dirty crime. You scumbag bunch of thieves, get down on your filthy knees. Do not give a speech. There is only one place left for you to go. No polluting of the sky. We all want to breathe and enjoy a cup of tea while sitting on our hands. And if we want to, we'll be late to prove we are not slaves. We just want to play from fucking embryo. So hey, Mr. Politician, we're setting ourselves free. We are lovely and we don't need your authority. Hey, Mr. Confuso, come and join our band, and in the everlasting moment we'll go dancing with you. Thank you. People, the trouble is usually supposed to be slightly funny, but when people laugh, I think they're laughing at me, not with me. Matt in particular, because he can sing the cunt. He's judging every note. This one's called The Liars. Some of you are still here, hardcore posse, well done. Hold on. In March 2020, they told us about a virus. Said it was spreading fast, and we would soon be dead. The public started shitting. The poorly scaredy cat knickers. I preferred to do some research to see what I could find, so I opened up the YouTube. Saw a video by Richie from Boston. He was talking to a lovely pair. Their names were Dawn and David. They were saying there wasn't any evidence of a virus. The government were making it up so we could all get jammed. Now at that point in the story, they wouldn't mention the poison. D&D just made the script. We where it was going to go. They had studied the history for previous pandemics. They both kept and can't catch something that doesn't exist. You gotta ken when they're lying, ken when they're trying, ken when their lips are moving. They are talking shite. Never trust a smarmy cunt who tells lies for a living. That applies to all the scum, as the system's based in fraud. Not every doctor kens the deceptions of virology. They still trust their indoctrination to tell them what to think. Some broke out the cult when they realised they were killers, and now they are exposing the lies to all the sheep. And now it's up to you. What will you going to do with this new information that can wake you up from sleep? When will you take your heat to deep inside your rectum and hold the pricks accountable, then leave them in a heap? For the future is quite certain. If we follow the spotted plan, we will all become compatible. We can say goodbye to man. Is that the world you want? To be party creator? Are you gonna make a stand, or let the lies be dominated? You gotta ken when they're lying, ken they are talking shite. Never trust a smarmy cunt who tells lies for a living. That applies to your the skull as a system based in fraud. Oh yeah, that applies to your the skull as a system's based in fraud. I said, that applies to your the skull as a system's based in fraud. Cheers! We're getting through this, Back in the day I used to tell people I was going to be a rock star. They used to laugh at me. They're no laughing now. So I tried to do comedy. That's why they didn't laugh, right? Anyway, so next one up is 60-12. Clamber to the bed. Destruction. Clamber to the bed. Destruction in the kitchen. Getting to work. Is doing my mission. I puke and retch and I hate my fucking life. I got a shower, hey, I want to be thumping. They always greet me, we are fist pumping. Well, I just wish they were me alive. Slaving 60-12. This life is no for loving waking. Up we a sigh. This job does my tits and I want to use my mind and my words go haty. Edit so when I get him, I get easy with some good shit. 60-12, they now say I need a potion today. Think that I wouldn't show any real emotion they want to make me deep. After HR boss is a banshee, but I tell that bitch she can get up in a pantry. Oh, the government steam and my neighbour's natter. Now the company's out to make me madder, but they can take that needle far away. I didn't fucking vote, I think they're all bell ends. Now they're trying to stick some poison in. I just hate the spun and now I'm going to take my job away. Slaving 60-12. This life is no for living waking. Up we a sigh. This job does my tits and I want to use my mind and my words no haty. Edit so when I get him, I get hazy with some good shit. 60-12. They think that they can screw you, Paddy. Enough face strife. That's all that I've been put through, it's the inside of game, and we got the shit in it cause we spend our life with money in our wallet. 60-12. What's the point of living a two, Andy? Take my life. You think about it, don't you? It's a fucking rigged game, free Masonic rules in it, so let's take back our life and tell them they can shove it. Pussy workforce, they all suck the bell end. Not one of them will ever be my friend, they can get to fuck the fucking bunchy cuss. Not one of them will ever slip their evil shit and be. That's that, Yen. Thanks very much. Are you with me? Aye. Got a few folk there, Matt. Woo! Right. The name of latter. Next one is TV Prison Blues. I hear the siren wailing, they've come to take my friend. He lined up for a convict shot and knew his life will end. He has begun to realise he made a fatal poop. But the poison keeps flowing, not doing any good. He used to say I'm crazy, I believe in conspiracy. Now he kens we are boy as he's got the constant runs. He took the shot to Trevino, and now he's going to die. When his full-time whistle blows, I'll say a sad goodbye. Well now, honest people, what are you going to do? The time has come for answers, fate our chosen few. When will they be exposed for the crimes they've done? They tell everyone to get jabbed, and now they're on the run. I wish he'd stopped his bambling and listened to what I said. He made to be alive now, instead he fucking dead. Well, I guess he had it coming, acting so silly. If you're going to trust the government, you're playing a lottery. Well, new naive people, what are you going to do? When will you ask the questions to our motley crew? You can't tell the army aware of what they've done. Cause that was the all along. Let's be the starting gun. We live in a fictional prison, chained to the line. I must have escaped that plight when I realised my mind was mine. Farfate TV prison is a healthy place to stay. If you're sick from being programmed, get outside and play. Thank you. I've no idea the time, I'm just box off up here, right? How long have I got? Something else, we'll keep going. This one is called Big Fat Sleazy Cunt. And here's fuck you, Boris Johnson. Jesus hates you more than you will ken. Hey, hey, hey. God hates you too, Boris Johnson. Heaven holds a place for those who pray. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. We'd like to ken just who has opened up your filthy fly. We'd like to help them check their mental health. Your disgusting life is based on unempathetic lies. Working underground, taking orders for Rome, and here's fuck you, Boris Johnson. Mohammed hates you more than you will ken. Allah hates you too, Boris Johnson. Jana holds no place for those who pray. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Betraying your people, hoping they never kens. Fucking in the chantry with your mate snakes. It's not a little secret that Johnson's both love Blair. Being in the club that like the Pope smell these kids. And here's fuck you, Boris Johnson. Buddha hates you more than you will ken. Hey, hey, hey. Carrie hates you too, Boris Johnson. Creation holds no place for those who pray. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. The line cheating babbler is obviously a woman. You see now, I'm trying to control his weight. Horse shit a little bit. He gives me the blues. He's why I'm Irish on the booze. So please be gone with no cameo. The nation says good riddance and fuck you. Woo-hoo-hoo. You've had your day, Boris Johnson. You can also take your just with pals away. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. What's good to get rid of that big fat sleazy cunt? He was being everybody's Texan. How on earth did we put up with his blatant, obvious lies? Hopefully new. Well, fuck off back to Rome, and here's fuck you, Boris Johnson. Britain hates you more than you will ken. Hey, hey, hey. Europe hates you too, Boris Johnson. The world holds no place for those who pray. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Thank you very much. Another one got through. Woo. How am I doing? I'm off. What's that? Oh, come on. Get off, man. Right. Here's one called Why They Make Human. As soon as you're born, they give you a jab. The doctors will tell you it's totally fab. But they didn't say what's in the lab. A wider weak human is something to be. Using your brain should come naturally. They hurt you in hospital and send you to school. To be touched by an arsehole so you act a fool. Cause you can't follow idiotic rules. A wide awake human is something to be. Using your brain should come naturally. They brainwashed you with a bossy much you cry tears. Then you drown your sorrows with multiple beers. You'd be much more happy just facing your fears. A wide awake human is something to be. Using your brain should come naturally. Could be doped with hard drugs from their pharmacy. You think they are there to make you healthy, but you're just a lab rat, it's obvious to see. A wide awake human is something to be. Using your brain should come naturally. You've been told a very big lie. The government army on your side. Now you must stand up and decide if you want to make the jilted bride. There is time to wake up if you take the red pill. Then you will learn how all doctors kill. And you'll stop taking orders for your Kill Bill. Use your brain now and act naturally. See through the bullshit and hypocrisy. There is no such thing as democracy. You're living your life in captivity. Cry out for freedom immediately. Hate can't stop you from being free. Love if you want to live gallantly. The secret to life is to just be. Thank you. Right, I go. Comedy is fucking dead. I'm totally barred from every comedy club in Scotland. Only get booked by English promoters, so even though I'll be I'm signing with the English these days. But anyway, comedy's dead, and I tried to get a gig at the Edinburgh Fringe last year. There's a guy called PBH, Peter Buckley Hill, he runs a free fringe. They won't say, oh, what's happened with COVID? I tried to educate them, and they censored me, even though the next day they stood up for Jerry Sadowitz when he got censored. It's a bit double standards and all that. But anyway, the long of it is, for my revenge, I changed the words to Sounds of Silence. And it's still called The Soon Be Silence. So you're going to get that? Strap yourself in. Here we go. Alright, ball bags, my fake friends. I've come to apply to you again. Cause be creeping. And I really want to be left weeping. Cause the vision that God put in my brain drives me insane. I wish it was the sound, the silence. In the stream I've walked a lane, which has got a loady brain. Living in a flat with major dump. Given a chance I could be a champ. But their necks are grabbed when they talk a loady shite. Now I'm a blight, and I clutch the sound, the silence. At their conscience I do know, at all the kennels I do roar. Arseholes spouting without reading, fannies faffing without listening. Dumb cunts wearing thongs, but me I never cared. They're superb. They disturb the sound, the silence. Twats I said just in they ken. Ain't no virus, ya bellends. Hear my words, I'm trying to get through. Watch the videos that I send to you. But my rants, like silent truth bombs, fell. All I heard back was mere silence. And so the pricks turned me away. Cause I call a spade a spade. The comic greats are now in mourning. Free speech is not conforming. And the boss man said the words of the wannabes are pre-written in your subconscious walls and government halls. And you can whisper in the sound of silence. I fucked up at the end, but that's it anyway. That's it, thanks very much. Cheers! Right, handle one there. Well, I do a song now. I wrote a song. I done a 6-week songwriting course and came out with this. It's pretty shit, but it's all we've got. Here we go, this is called When You're Gonna Wake Up. A nation raised on fried food to believe the myth we are good. For the lion rampant we would soar, but when the chips were down we did roar. The people to the media glued, their world view is very skewed. Things aren't like they were before. But when the chips go down, we try to score. The Braveheart spirit we were told was proud and strong. The lie was sold when tyranny knocked. We locked our door, stayed inside, began to score. I tried to shout, this is a war, but I was shut down just like a wild boar. When you gonna wake up, take your heat to feel your arse. The world stage is nothing more than a total fucking farce. They are all playing the parts they'll tell to play. Now they are stating that they will have their way. The country is now well screwed unless we sort out internal feud. When you work just like a filthy whore, when shit goes tits up, you'll be washed ashore. When you gonna wake up, take your heat to feel your arse. The world stage is nothing more than a total fucking farce. They are all playing the parts they'll tell to play. Now they are stating that they will have their way. Are ye gonna do what's right? That's my first attempt at songwriting. Needs a bit of work, I've got Mark to help me later. Well, I've done the best that I fucking could, so thanks for that. My website's 𝑀𝑎𝑟𝑘.TV. I'm interviewing David Icke a week on Monday. If you sign up for free, you can watch it live on the fucking thing. And come and check out my shit. I've got some books for sale. I need petrol money for the way home. So any books you buy would be appreciated, or else I'll be giving her a piggyback to fucking Berwick onwards. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Okay, who wants a little bit more humour with the music? Back in the day when we had the Crown, and we used to have open mic nights, and we had some amazing talents. A lot of that amazing talent's going to be there tomorrow as well. But this lady's an absolute genius, and she had us all in stitches all the way through the bullshit period. She's so wonderful. Me and Cece, we even did a video together. One of the first videos we ever did actually was with Cece, and we did it on Do Not Take the Vaccine. And you can still find it on Odyssey actually, because I think it was banned on the video on YouTube. Anyway, we were doing that before they actually released it. That was before we released the jam. But Cece is going to come with some great humour now. If you like Victoria Wood, I always think this is the next Victoria Wood right here. Say hello, Cece.
Right, I'm going to sing a song about the country. adventurous, but I do have a request of the audience before I sing my naughty songs. If you could just come forward a bit, because you're so far away I can't feel you. Would you mind coming a bit closer? Just hop, hop, hop. Just a little bit, just so that I can, it's a two-way thing performing really. You are part of it because of your energy really. Well, we all know about energy now. Yeah, that's fine, that's lovely.
You can go on stage with it if you want with that.
Is that okay?
Thank you for doing that, that's wonderful. Yeah. We can see each other's eyeballs now. Okay. I'm going to do 3 of my own songs, and then I'm going to do a few songs we can all sing to, so it's a bit of a mix and match. This song I wrote in 2008 when we had that kind of Lehman Brothers, you know, that whole crash business. Not that I understand anything about economics, but I had a friend whose brother worked for Lehman Brothers, and I got a bit of inspiration to write this about a banker. I used to sing it in the city in London.
What do you want? What,
Is it too loud for them?
I'll deal with what it sounds like. What's it sound like for you?
Great. Thank you. So, what rhymes with banker? Here we go. I'm a city banker. Sorry, I meant to say banker, banker, banker. It rhymes. I'm a city banker, sitting pretty on my mat gown. And a cat. I've been very greedy, fucking up your money, your savings, your pension, your credit cards, and your loan extensions. I agree to mortgages 5 times your wages. Tray above my trash, council state, thank God. You're not my neighbours. I gave out unpayable loans to chatty-watty people. Chatty-watty people will never, ever own their own homes. Not in your lifetime, love. All the land it sits on. Negative equity, negative equity. Send the keys back on home. You've missed the payments on your dirty broken loan. Send them back to me. Little bankery, bankery, don't mind this bankery. Let's talk about me. Well, I got a house, a garden, wife and crew, nanny, cook and kids in private school, and a large a big white house, a Lexus in the drive, a Perry in the field, yay! And I'm only 25. Cash, rich, time poor, the bonus in the bank. I work an 18-hour day, no time to eat. and I got the theme, or I got the idea of the name of the song from Ant when he had the crown. He was behind the bar and he said, "Yeah, it is a satanic planet." So I thought, that's a good name for your song? It's called Satanic Planet. I'm going to attempt to play the piano with my bloody gloves on, which is not easy. Anyway. I've been making headdresses. That's what I do in the afternoon when other people are working. I just make silly headdresses. So here we go. This way round. Do tell me it slipped because I've got a bit too much weight on all of this. These headbands. Can you see them though? Yeah? Okay. So it's called Satanic Planet. I've had to work on this song. It's a bit choppy, to say the least. And also, things keep changing, don't they? So I have to keep changing the words because things are moving so quickly these days, aren't they? Really look slim. Thin and brown. Okay. I need my glasses off for this. It's a satanic planet. The Freemasons ran it above 33 degrees. Put your aprons on, please. Put your aprons on, please. Thank God. There's a leak in the matrix, and we know that old tricks. can't find it. I don't think muffin tops and all that. There's a comedy glass ceiling, 'cause the man doing all that, and I was all reeling. But when a woman mentions Tammy Wiley, well, suddenly it's so damn funny. Well, it starts with C and rhymes with rot, and men can't find it at the front. Gay men rule it, wishy, wishy, where straight men love to kissy, kissy. Woman to man, rib to rib. God had a good day when she made the trip. God had a good day when he licked them it. This is your bit, wiggly wiggly, tickly wiggly. Lick it slowly, lick it quickly. Tiddly wiggly, tiddly wiggly, wiggly wiggly. Lick it slowly, lick it quickly. See the Lord, we want more. The temple of God's control, the place where most men feel at home. And girl, they know what to do. The beat until it turns blue. And girl, boy, that's such a rush. 'Cause the penis is impatient to go in for the thrust. The penis is impatient to go in for the thrust. Come on, wiggly, 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 tiddly, wiggly, lick it slowly, lick it quickly. See, we're more, we want more. So lick it slowly like a bean, make her eyes wide. Hot fishery, from high, going deep, make sure she's primed. Now mash her with your sword until she screams the Lord. Mash her with your sword until she screams the Lord. Amen. That's it. So we'll sing a few songs together now. If you want to join in. Oh no, it's not 3 non-bonds, it's 4 non-bonds. I did this WhatsApp, and it's a good feel good. So do join in because we've got a good atmosphere going now. 25 years and I can still wanna get up and bring me here for a destination. I realized quickly when I knew I should that the world was made up of this brotherhood of man, or whatever that means. Come on, I cry sometimes when I'm lying there, just let it all out. It's in my head and I'm feeling a little peculiar. And I wake up in the morning and I step outside, take a deep breath when I get real high. Or let's do this one, Proud Mary. Any guitarist there that can play Proud Mary in D? Any guitarist? 'Cause I'm not very good with this, so I like to cover it by having somebody else. Any guitarists? Come forward and let's play it in D. It's easy, this one. D. Right, I can't sing it like Little Tina Turner, but you'll have a go, isn't it? And then don't forget to do your rolling, roll high. Start slowly and then let's try and get a bit faster. Left a good job in the city, working for the land every night and day. I was worried about the way things might have been. We'll keep on turning. I better keep on burning now. We're rolling, rolling on the river. Rolling, rolling on the river. Clean a lot of plates in Memphis. Pumped a lot of thing down in New Orleans, but I never saw the good side of the city until I hitched a ride on the river for big wheel keep on turning. I better keep on turning. Rolling, 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 rolling on the river. Rolling, 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 rolling on the river. Clean a lot of plates in Memphis. Pumped a lot of thing down in New Orleans. I never saw the good side of the city. Just a ride on a river for green. Big wheel, keep on big wheel. I better keep on turning now. We're rolling, rolling, rolling. Rolling on the we can do another one, and another one I'm not brilliant at, but we'll give it a try. It's got loads of bloody words in it. Johnny be good. Oh, jeez. Does everybody know it? Deep down in Louisiana, across from New Orleans, we're back up in the woods among the evergreens. Still a lot of cabin in a buttonwood. I'm going too far. La 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 la. La 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 Yeah, I'm going too fast, sorry. Get that one. I'll do a slow one to finish, okay? You know this song, as long as it's a Bob Dylan song. What's the name? 𝐵𝑖𝑙𝑙𝑦 𝑊𝑎𝑡𝑠 song. But it's a nice song. They're nervous to sort of get together, which is quite the rest of the story. Just like me,
Serve you well to the crowd. Not a clue. Anyway.
All the girls on the black magnet and model. Wanna know what it is with the boys want more. On your sounds, ready music. Hey! Big person, it's still coming. Just say hello and see what it's really say. So come and get. But you put on these. I'll make you fall in love. First love that can be broken. What that should be enough. Oh, you've been to me. I got the rest of the day. Take a sip. Ocean, one taste of you. Midnight. This love that can be broken. And I keep you up all night. Oh, you've been. Change your body overnight. It's the answer. Come and get it. We still got time. Hey! It's yours. It's freedom for me. Take a sip of a secret potion. I'll make you fall in love. First stop that can be broken.
last three. He was dropping.
Right, okay. So I'm on a team, but I'm not getting a good signal at all. So I tried a few things first. Brian managed to get you on a few more links, I think.
I tether from this phone, yeah. I can also try from that one.
Hello again. Is everybody having a good time? Okay, so before we have our next, can I just say, can we please thank Ant and Lou for organising it? Give them some round of applause now, guys. And because I want everyone to get on their feet, the next act, she's incredible. And she's going to sing some songs that you can't not dance to. But before we do that, I'd love to get everyone on their feet. That includes George, Debbie, all of you at the back there. Can I get... And if this works, which I hope it does, you may have done this before, but everyone up with their hands in the air. Okay, follow me guys, we're going to keep the vibes up. Everyone come to the front and boogie if you want to. Ooh, here we go again. It is really good. Sorry about that, guys. So the next act we have, she is fantastic. She's actually Ant's daughter. So gonna...
Hello. Oh, it works. I mean, I don't know why I wouldn't, but I like. Okay, so a little bit nervous. I don't gig very often, and when I do, it's in college. But this first song is called Before He Cheats. It's a bit country. It's quite a difficult song to sing. So if I mess up, you're gonna have to bear with me, but I'm ready whenever they are, I guess. Yeah, so this song is about someone right now, he's probably so dancing with a bleach blonde tramp, and she's probably getting frisky. Right now, he's probably buying her some fruity little drink, cause she can't shoot the whiskey. Right now, he's probably out kind of with a pool stick, showing her how to shoot a combo. He don't know that I stuck my key into the side of his pretty little silk top for the street. I never learned this sluggish headlight slashed her home. be honest. Because I don't know if anyone's been there, but it's really fucking aggravating. Anyway, so this next song is a bit more upbeat. It's the Beatles, it's 𝑢𝑏𝑖𝑢𝑠 𝐿𝑜𝑜𝑝. Fun fact about this song actually that I only found out from one of my music friends the other day was the piano bit at the beginning of this song. They were struggling so hard to do. So he went out, sniffed a little bit, came back, bashed it out on the piano again. This is super. Your face and Molly says this as she takes him out. Oh, body, oh, bada, life goes on. How the life goes on. Oh, body, oh, bada, life goes on. How the life goes on. Desmond takes a trolley to the jewelry store. Buys a 20-carat golden ring. Takes it back to Molly waiting at the door. And as he gives it to her, she begins to sing. Oh, badi, oh, bada, life goes on. The life goes on. Oh, badi, oh, bada, life goes on. The life goes on. Couple of years they have built a home sweet home. With the kids running in New York. Happy ever after in the marketplace. Desmond lets the children lend a hand. Polly takes it home and does a pretty face. She's still singing at the back. Oh, body, oh, bada, life goes on. The life goes on. Oh, body, oh, bada, life goes on. The life goes on. Stay up at home, sweet each other after in the marketplace. Molly lets the chicken with the bag. Oh, badi, oh, bada, life goes on. The life goes on. Oh, badi, oh, bada, life goes on. The life goes on. Okay, so this next song, so as we know, Ant and Lou, you know, set up this whole brilliant event. This song is for them because it's their wedding song. This is like a soundboard. I love it. So this is an 80s kind of classic. Well, I say classic. I didn't know of it, but then again, I wasn't born in the 80s. So this is Open Arms by Journey. You're so sweet, how could our love be so blind? We sailed down together, we drifted apart, and here you are by my side. Nothing to hide.
With this song, and this song is so hard. I do this song. I want to properly introduce myself. I'm Maya. This is a bit weird for me. I'm used to like either this is "Call Me" by Blondie. It's so hard. Anyway, so I'm no longer a solo act anymore. I'm welcoming my best friend on stage, Georgia.
We met last year in college. We did drama together. We did a few shows together. You know, we've seen the world together. We're going to New York together next year. We both got scholarships to a New York drama school, and we're going next year. I'm welcoming my beautiful best friend Georgia with a beautiful voice, man. She'll outshine me any day, and she will be proud of it. So this is Georgia. Everyone say hi, Georgia. Hello. It's Georgia, guys. This is crazy. It's such a big voice. I know. It's a bit nerve-wracking. We're only young. She's 18. I'm 17. Bro, this is wild. Let's stick this in the middle. Yeah. Stick it in the middle. Watch the water. Okay, so we're going to be singing a bit of a modern song now, changing the tone. This is I Kissed a Girl by Katy Perry. Good song though. This was never only my intention. I got so breakthrough in hand, lost my discretion. It's not what I used to, just what I'm carrying this for you. Part my intention. I kissed the girl I can't taste It felt so wrong, it felt so right. Don't mean I'm in love tonight. I kissed the girl I can't. No, I don't even know your name. It doesn't matter. You're my experimental. Just human nature. It's not what I'm used to. Just wanna try you on. I'm good. That's all you put. My attention. I kissed the girl I can't taste like cherry Johnson. I kissed the girl just to try it. Oh my boyfriend, it felt so wrong, it felt so right. Don't mean I'm in love tonight. I kissed the girl I can't. We are so much in love. Hard to resist, so touchable. Too good to deny it. Ain't no big deal, it's inside. I kissed the girl I can't taste like cherry Johnson. I kissed the girl to try it. Oh my boyfriend, it felt so wrong, it felt so right. Don't mean I'm in love tonight. I kissed the girl I can't. Bit of feedback there. I played my big gob for that one, to be honest. Still is my gob. Yeah, we've got 2 more songs to go. Next one is not that one. You might know it. Amy Winehouse sung it. Anyone like Amy Winehouse? Yeah, a couple of people. Not as many as I would have hoped. This is Back to Black. What? There wasn't. There wasn't. Can we have a little bit more of the other microphone in the monitors? Thank you. Okay, so this is our last song. I keep doing that accent. Not my accent. This is our last song. You might know this one. What was that one? Oh my gosh, I know this. This is oh, right, we're gonna have a drink first. This is Georgia. She gigs on her own. I do. She does. I always think she's better with me though. Just like I always think that I'm better with her. This is River Deep Mountain High. Just the way I love that rag doll, and only how my love is grown. That always followed you around. So good. Thank you to Aaron Lou for such an amazing festival. It's been such a good day. Okay, not a biased way, I mean. Yeah, we were Mayor in Georgia. Thank you so much.
Well. Are we enjoying ourselves? You know, that was one of the most proudest moments that I've ever had in my life. Watching my beautiful daughter just smashed it. I knew she would smash it, and she did. Okay, our next act has been touring all over Europe and Scandinavia this year with her fabulous Eurodance group, 𝑀𝑎𝑡𝑡. Very big in the 90s. She's an absolute joy. She's so wonderful. She came into the Drake, Michigan studio only a few months ago and we've just hit it off. She is the wonderful, the most beautiful 𝐿𝑖𝑠. Welcome 𝐿𝑖𝑠 to the stage.
Thank you so much, you lovely people. How you doing? It's Heartstone. Tell me why, oh why, you always try to move me. I can't stand the pain, I need to break out of it.
You always try to believe. I can't stand the pain. I need to get out of it free. Tell me honestly, why don't you just leave me alone? After all this time, I know now your heart's so strong. And you understand all this sad and done. It's alone now. Our love was gone. I can't stand the pain. No more love to gain. Everything I gave, it was all in vain. I can't help myself. I'm going to lose my mind. Now I'm on my own, 'cause I know your heart's so strong. Do you remember this one? I got for that. Let's go. Everybody clap your hands. You guys are amazing, thank you so much. Thank you for the lovely dancers and those at the back there, thank you so much for dancing. My name's Elise, this is the lovely Katie
and Keenan, who are joining me for the very first time this evening, so thank you to those guys. Thank you so much. So that was what you just listened to, is the 90s, the hits from the 90s from Max, who I am still an original member of, and I tour all over the world with that amazing band. I'm missing that happened tonight, but I'm going to do my own solo stuff now. This is called Summer Breeze. Hope you like it. That's what I'm about. And this next song I want to dedicate to the wonderful Ant and Lou and thank them for putting this event on. Please give a round of applause to Ant and Lou. It's time to rise. This song is called Rise Up. And I also want to thank all of you for being here. We didn't know if it was going to rain or whatever, so yeah, it's been really great, and I'm so grateful to all the volunteers and the crew and to Mark here on sound. And to the farmer for his lovely field. This is Rise Up.
Rise up, everybody rise up, here we go.
want to a loving nation. We're rising up with a new beginning. Creative peace, rise up, stand and pray. Rise up, here we go. Rise up, everybody rise up, let love begin. Rise up, rise up. We're rising up in this new vibration. We're coming one to a loving nation. Rising up with a new beginning. Creative peace, rise up, stand and pray. Rise up, everybody rise up to feel the love rhythm. Rise up, everybody rise up and let love begin. Rise up, everybody rise up and feel the love rhythm. Rise up, fantastic. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. So I've got a little question to ask you. I'm going to finish off with my last one now. This is called Love Energy. But I want to know if you're going to sing along with me on this last track. It's called Love Energy. And we're going to sing the word love. And I'm going to sing love. I'm going to throw the mic out and I want you to repeat. So I'll do it first. Love. Okay, let's raise it up even higher. Love. Nice one. Can we get any louder than that? Love. Not bad. Not bad, that. Let's do this. Love is all I got to say. Love will be
love energy will set me free. Love, love, love. Energy was lifting me on time. Love, love, love. Love energy will set me free. It's lifting me right now. The love energy is lifting me. It set me free right now. Love, love, energy, energy, love is lifting me. Energy is setting me free. It's lifting me right now. The love energy is lifting me. It's setting us free right now.
Thank you so much. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you for having me. Thanks to Anne. Thank you. Thanks to Jamie. Thanks to Katie and Keenan. I couldn't have done it without these guys. They're amazing. We've had 3 rehearsals in the last few weeks, so credit to these guys. I've pulled them out and I wanted to give them an experience, so thank you. Thank you, thank you. And thank you to every one of you for being here. If you want any CDs, Jen's got them at the back there on the table. I said the Lunge album and a frequency album, so if not, take a leaflet, keep in touch with me, but thank you so much. Take care, enjoy Matt Horn.
Are you having fun?
Pardon?
Are you having fun today?
Oh, very much so. Are you?
Yes.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, my stand up with like a pain in the neck or whatever.
Okay. So all day we had heroes being on the stage, telling us stories of how to empower themselves, how to defeat what they've got planned for us. We can forget that, it ain't happening. There are heroes amongst all of us, and anyone who stands up in their truth and puts themselves in line for truth is a fucking hero. And this next guest artist stood up, and he lost everything. And he deserves the biggest round of applause for being here tonight. It's Mr. 𝑀𝑎𝑡𝑡 𝐻𝑜𝑦.
Are we ready to party? I thought so. We are not alone. Together we are strong. Even though the road is long, no person has the right to say that you're wrong. We tend to look to the sky. We place our hands together and ask the reasons why. Strength and beauty to pull us through the dark. Guidance and understanding and insight to our heart. Not ever will you take away our confidence. Not ever will you make us feel irrelevant. Not ever will you overlook the consequence. Not ever will your judgment damage innocence. You rise and celebrate your life. Change the way you see the world today. Only you can shift the turn of the tide. We search for answers every day. Exploring information and throwing it away. One day the truth will be told. Some resolution to pull us from the cold. Not ever will you take away our confidence. Not ever will you make us feel irrelevant. Not ever will you overlook the consequence. Not ever will your judgment damage innocence. Are you still with me? Woo! Not ever will you take away our confidence. Not ever will you make us feel irrelevant. Not ever will you overlook the consequence. Not ever will your judgment damage innocence. Not ever will you take away our confidence. Not ever will you make us feel irrelevant. Not ever will Oh, I've waited a long time to be up here with such a few beautiful people. And I have to say, aren't truthers better looking people? Yes, I agree. Now, some of you may know me, some of you may not. My name's 𝑀𝑎𝑡𝑡 𝐻𝑜𝑦. I used to be in a band called 𝑢𝑏𝑖𝑢𝑠 featuring Ali Campbell and Astro and ℎ𝑖𝑐𝑘. I have to say that for legal reasons. Otherwise, I'll get arrested like 𝑑𝑎𝑏𝑖. But it's not all about the truth. It's not all about fighting constantly. I was just saying to Ant, can we please give it up for Ant and Lou as well for a wonderful day. It's about carrying on and living and not letting these fuckers get us down. So we still have to party and we still have to get together and do things like this. And today, from what I've witnessed, this is just going to get bigger and better and carry on. And this marquee is going to get bigger and it's just going to carry on. So thank you for inviting me, everyone. This is called Malibu. This is where I need to be, Malibu, right now. You know it. The sun. When it's raining outside, or if the sky is blue, for the lines, there's no way that I can hide the love I feel for you. When I just saw that love on your face and the way you nervous me, it was undeniable that we were meant to be. So you know, tonight I'm free. I will go anywhere with you. In the sun or in the rain, I will never get complain. I will go anywhere with you. Everything is magical when you are by my side. Everything is easier. It's like summertime. Your hand is inside my palm, and my heart belongs to you. I can see my future now, and it'll always be with you. I do not comply, I do not consent. And these truthers here today are damn well good looking, especially that lady right there. Thank you, Anne. Pleasure to be alone, always. Let's do it! From Malibu, from Hollywood to the rain, I will go anywhere with you. In the sun or in the rain, I will never get away. I will go anywhere with you. Tokyo to Malibu, from Hollywood to Peru, I will go anywhere with you. In the sun or in the rain, I will never get away. 'Cause I will go anywhere with you. Thank you. Oh, now listen, I did this song. God, this is quite poignant actually, and I'm not showing off, even though it sounds like it. But I actually recorded this in
Hawaii in Maui with Ali Campbell. It's a duet Bob Marley cover. And to see what's happening out there now, and the shit that, you know, the mainstream media and all that kind of malarkey. So anyway, this is called Who the Cat Fits. It's a Bob Marley track, and I did it with Ali Campbell originally, but I'm going to do it on my own tonight because he's not here.
Man to man is so unjust, children. You don't know who to trust. Your worst enemy could be your best friend, and your best friend, your worst enemy. Someone keeps and drink with you. Every night is upon you. Only your friends know your secret, so only he can feel it. So like let's sing it. Yeah, and who like that? Let them wear it. I see folks in the car, in the common law. I'm singing go, 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 go. Hey, go, 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 hey. Someone hit you, pretend they love you now. Then behind, they try to eliminate you. But who got blessed? Oh, thank God we're past the world. Give the prince and parasite. We'll come up and take a bow. And if your man should turn today, a lot of people would run away. And who the cat? Sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it. And who the cat? Again. I said, throw me gone in a common law. We're singing from the
huge fan of George Michael. I think somebody don't know. So I had to mix reggae with George Michael, you see, I had to. So this is called I Can't Make You Love Me. Some hips moving to this, yeah? Yes. Come on, you know the words. Especially after that, don't you, everybody? Thank you. Hope you like it. Thank you, Scramble. Oh yeah. We're having a good time still, yeah? Who's staying? Who's coming back tomorrow? That's good, good, good. Okay, here's another one for you. This one I know you're gonna know. Here we go. Take the rhythm from your head. Shake it loose and let it fall. Lay it flat upon my skin.
like the shadows on the wall. Come on, lay down by my side till the early morning light. All I'm taking is your time. Let me make it through the night. I don't care who's right or wrong. I'm trying to understand. Let the devil say tomorrow. So tonight I need a friend. Yesterday's dead and gone, and tomorrow is out of sight, and it's sad to be alone. So help me make it through the night. Come on! Tomorrow is out of sight, and it's set to be true. Help me make it tonight. Just help me make it tonight. Help me make it tonight. Help me make it
Thank you. So guys, this microphone is live, man. Live! Every time I come in here, it's woo. I got one more song to do. I just want to say thank you to Ant and Lou for having me and inviting me down here today. I just want to say thank you to all of you for being wonderful. This song I wrote in 2017, it's called Happy. And I did it with Astro from UB40. And the feedback I got from it was because he touched on people's mental health, and I just got letters, constantly messages all the time, because people were going through the shit, you know, and people need to talk. So it's very special to me, this song. It's just a little pop song, but it means a lot. So anyway, thank you for having me. This is Happy, and let's do all this again very soon.
Stand up, rise up, do what we gotta do to make us stay.
Come on, let's go! Before you turn away, before you close the door, listen to me. You're something that can turn our world around, make us happy. heart for another. We need to change our ways and leave the past behind, start moving forward. We all want tomorrow to be a brighter day. We said these words before, so let's bring us there. No more crying through frustration, no more crying through the pain. No. We got to stand up, rise up, do what we gotta do to make us happy. We got to reach out, hold on, embrace what we love to make us happy. I just want to sing it to these people, come on now. Sing it, come on. Stand up, rise up, do what we gotta do to make us happy. We got to reach out, hold up, embrace what we love to make us happy. Darling, I love you.
Never love another, me I wanna be a man. You run gonna let me, that me can't understand. And the way you the ring up, you in a mountain. Wanna be a man, you want me run away a girl. Wanna be a man, you want me run away a girl. Wanna be a man, you want me run away a girl.
No matter how I try.
my love, did you wrong? 'Cause I can't never love another, no matter how I try. 'Cause I know it's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. I wanna love you, I wanna love you and treat you right. I wanna love you every day and every
tickets, man. What are you missing? This what's your name? Yada. Yada, top man live stream. Woohoo!
Yes,
day is dawning.